close at 8 p.m. Eastern time, so they had to delay closing and stay open until everyone had the opportunity to cast their votes. Officials are tabulating the results right now, but those first results from Macomb were supposed to be reported around 9 p.m., just 5 minutes from now. I'm told by the clerk it's going to be later than that due to the long lines. According to the clerk, there were over 122,000 early votes cast in person there and 182,000 mail-in ballots as of yesterday. They're on track to have more than 200,000 mail-in ballots, he says. But given the high early voting turnout, he told me that the expectation there was that there would be lackluster turnout. Would be done around midnight. Now it's more likely around 2 or 3 a.m. And then in Arizona, I spoke to a source there in Maricopa County, the largest county, that it's taking longer than expected to process early ballots. The first release of 1.1 to 1.2 million ballots of those early ballots at about 10 p.m. Eastern tonight will only account for early votes through last Tuesday, October 29th. That is less than the initial estimate that the first drop would be.
Had been sent in to help process absentee ballots. That's the latest out of Milwaukee. We'll keep an eye on that story.
In just a minute, but it is 9 o'clock here on the East Coast. Nearly the entire country, the polls are closed. Here's what's closing at 9 o'clock. Arizona, which has a Senate race and 2 competitive House races as well. Colorado with a competitive House race. Kansas, Louisiana, the rest of Michigan is closed. We've talked about that. Minnesota with the Senate race. Nebraska with 2 Senate races, which we haven't talked about yet, but we will. New Mexico. A lot of news ready to come out, huh?
We're waiting for it.
What are you going to be listening for? What are you going to hear?
Well, we want to see what's going on in Arizona. You know, that's part of one of our swing states we're looking for. And we're talking about some of those western states where, you know, some of these House races are important, and also some of the, you know, that Senate race in Montana, we're looking for that. You know, this is exciting stuff to see all this stuff starting to come in. Although that Milwaukee news does indicate that maybe we may be waiting a long time for some of the presidential results, depending on sort of how close other states are. But we may have a better picture of the Senate relatively, a bit sooner than that.
And in just a minute, Josh Stein will be coming out to give his victory speech in Raleigh, North Carolina. More speeches are going to be happening. That's live from Raleigh there. We're going to check in with Greta Brawner. Greta, do you have anything for us?
Yeah, Peter, let's take a look remind viewers what we talked about earlier, and that is the cost of this race. You had noted at the beginning that $16 billion total in these federal election races. This is the money from outside spending on the 2024 elections. This is from Open Secrets, and it hit a record $4.5 billion, with more than half of that spending coming from groups that did not fully disclose their source of the funding, that from the Associated Press. And then also, we showed you this earlier. Here are the top 10 billionaire families by political contributions. This is from the Americans for Tax Fairness. They put this report together in the final days of this campaign, and you can see the first 6 wealthy families all donating to Republicans, followed by the Simons family and the Bloomberg family for Democrats there. Elon Musk, $133 million, according to the Americans for Tax Fairness. Peter?
And in just a few minutes, we will be going to Josh Stein and other victory and concession speeches throughout the evening. But with the polls closing in several states, I want to ask you about a Senate race in New Mexico. President Trump stopped there on his way to Arizona and Nevada and rally in Albuquerque and mentioned Nella Domenici. Who is she?
This is a really interesting thing that the President Trump did stop in New Mexico. I have to say, I'm not completely versed in that race. I've been very focused on the 7 states we've all been talking about.
Well, I don't think any of us were, but Senator Heinrich is running for re-election, of course, right. And Pete Domenici's daughter is the Republican nominee. Is it competitive? Have you heard anything about that being competitive?
Well, this is one of those things where sometimes when you see Trump do things, you're not exactly sure what the result is going to be in terms of electoral things. You know, he popped up in New York a couple times, not very helpful to his presidential race. But look, they think they can make a game of it, and I think they're going to give it a shot. I don't think that Democrats have been very concerned about it, no.
Let's hear from Tom in Tafton, Pennsylvania, a Trump supporter. Tom, are you with us? Okay.
I can hear you through the television, sir.
Yeah, we can't do it that way. Sorry, Tom. There's a delay, so we don't have any calls at this point. Okay, we're going to have to take Tom down. I apologize to everybody, and I apologize to you especially, Tom, that we're unable to do that right now. But you can always send a text message in, and we will get to some of those as we go throughout this evening. 202-748-8903 is the number for text messages. Please include your first name and your city if you would, so we can identify you that way. And you can continue this conversation both on X at C-SPAN and on Facebook, facebook.com/C-SPAN. Greta Brawner, what do you got?
Let's check in on the state of Florida and the Senate race there. Rick Scott, the Republican incumbent, seeking another term in the Senate. He is a wealthy businessman that has loaned $22 million in this cycle, according to Hotline, to his race. The Associated Press has declared him the winner tonight, 92% of the vote in. Debbie Mucarsel-Powell, the former congresswoman, challenging him for this seat. Democrats were getting a little optimistic in the last month of this race, hoping that she would be able to take out Rick Scott, but that is not the case this evening. That stays with Republicans, that Senate seat. Moving on to the abortion ballot initiative in the state of Florida. There are 10 states that have ballot initiatives this election cycle, and Florida is one of them. On Amendment 4, take a look at the results right now. 91% of the votes in, 57% of the voters have voted yes on Amendment 4. It's an amendment to limit government interference with abortion. It states that no law shall prohibit, penalize, delay, or restrict abortion before viability or when necessary to protect the patient's health as determined by the patient's healthcare provider. The governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis, was fighting against this abortion ballot initiative, and it looks like the Florida voters are in favor of it. It needs 60%, though, in the state of Florida, so we're going to keep watching it to see if it can meet that threshold. Peter?
Evan McMorris Santoro, Florida. Trump, it's already been declared for President Trump. Rick Scott, it's been declared for Rick Scott. And it's voting for a pro-choice ballot amendment.
The last one is a little bit different because of the rules in Florida. You have to meet the 60% threshold to for a ballot initiative to count, right? So it's a little bit like cloture. People on C-SPAN are well aware of what this is, where like something can lose while getting more votes, right? That's it. That's the case with that abortion ballot amendment that we've seen. But you know, that Rick Scott race, there was a minute or two when there was some conversation that this might actually be a competitive race. We had a reporter from Notice who was mentioning this Scott a lot, like he was sort of declining to debate his opponent there that he just defeated tonight. This was sort of, maybe there was a chance that Democrats might have a race there. But again, this is sort of like Florida just comes up to appear to be wishful thinking for the Democrats. They just once again do not have a handle on sort of how to make the electoral impact there, even in a moment where you did see more voters vote for the pro-choice amendment than against it. It's just the fact is because of the rules there it didn't pass, but they can't turn that into electoral wins in other parts, on these ballot races. Like I mean on these on these candidate races, obviously.
Now, before we lose you, and we're going to lose you in a few minutes too, because you have work to do as well. There are 2 Senate seats up in Nebraska. Both Deb Fischer and Pete Ricketts. Why 2?
I actually don't totally know why there's 2. I'm sorry. You keep catching me out on this. I feel like
I apologize.
This is like the C-SPAN hazing near the end. No, I'm sorry. I really should be up on it more. But the Nebraska race is quite fascinating because you have a race where there's an independent candidate running against Fischer and has gotten a lot of
Dan Osborne.
That's right. Has gotten a lot of coverage, a lot of focus. This is a former union leader. He's gotten a lot of focus from national unions have gone in there to do things. I'm not sure that in the end we necessarily expect this person, Dan Osborne, to win this election. However, you do have this situation where this is a different kind of candidate running in a state like that and actually putting a scare into the Republicans there. It could be a sign of the future of politics in some of these places with these rural voters and these, as politics maybe realigns a bit, that maybe a different kind of candidate will be the ones who face these Republicans down.
And Pete Ricketts, the other senator in Nebraska, is having a special election because he filled in for Ben Sass.
That's right.
Who left all of that
to go to Florida to run a college there. Yes.
Right. The Arizona polls have closed, so we'll be looking forward to getting some results from there as well. We're waiting on several other states to be called. Evan, I just pulled up from cspan.org/results. You go to your own very own magic wall that you can get on your in your hand, and I pulled up Georgia. And just looking at this, you can see the map there of Georgia. It's got blue dots and red dots showing. And then the big dot, of course, is Atlanta in Fulton County. And you go there, and Kamala Harris has 72% of the vote currently. Donald Trump has 26% of the vote. And that's with 68% of the vote counted. Does that tell you anything?
I mean, that's pretty good sign for, tell me those numbers again, those first two.
72% and 26%.
Yeah, I mean, these are the numbers that...
It sounds like very positive for the Harris campaign.
Yeah, Harris needed those numbers to be like that, but we we'll see when the more numbers come in. But this is what the kind of thing that they've been looking to get in counties like this. They need to run those Democratic votes up and get those margins up really, really big. So then, if they do any kind of work in the suburbs that they've been trying to do, that those things can actually end up being for them a gain, right? Because at this point, Fulton County, that's a place where they really need to. That's where they're going to get the sort of that big basket that's going to help them make Georgia competitive.
And that, again, that's with 68% of the vote counted. I will tell you that in 2020, Joe Biden did get 72% of the vote, and Donald Trump got 26% of the vote.
You know, I'll tell you the early signs that I am seeing from other reporters and people that I've been talking to, and talking to throughout the night is that, this 50-50 election that we were projected going into tonight with these polls, people wondered how close, if these close polls are actually right. And it's looking more and more like that is what we're looking at, is a very, very close election that could take a long time to find out what the actual result is.
Let's check back in with Greta Bronner. Hi, Greta.
We want to look at some of these swing states and see where the results are at this point, starting with the state of Michigan. Now, President Biden won Michigan in 2020 by 150,000 votes. Here's where it stands right now, with the vice president in the lead at 10% of the vote in. Moving on to the state of Wisconsin. This is another battleground state, the state of Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes at stake. And you can see 0% of the votes in. You can see how the Associated Press is populating that at this point. Now, in 2016, the former president won the Badger State by 23,000 votes. In 2020, Biden won by 21,000 votes. This is going to be a close contest. We'll continue to watch Wisconsin. Let's go to Pennsylvania. And this is the biggest haul tonight of the swing states. 19 electoral votes at stake. And you can see the vice president with a big lead at this point. We told you how Pennsylvania counts its votes early on may lead to a blue mirage. We could see this race tighten as the evening goes on. Let's also check in on North Carolina. Let's see how this battleground state is doing at this point. 40% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes, and the former president is in the lead right now. Finally, let's go to the Peach State of Georgia. And again, this is a battleground state. Biden's victory there in 2020 marked the first time a Democrat won since Bill Clinton in 1992. Biden won by 12,000 votes. Here's where the race stands with 68% of the vote in. All of these results can be found on our website at cspan.org/results.
And we'll be back with Greta with more results shortly. But right now, the current governor of North Carolina, Roy Cooper, is introducing Josh Stein, who just got elected governor of North Carolina.
Thank you from the bottom of our hearts. We also hold next to our hearts the people of Western North Carolina. We're going to work hard to make sure they recover. We got a long night ahead of us. I know everybody's watching closely for the rest of the results, because we know our country must make the right choice, and we have important elections across the state. But we need to take a moment right now. We need to take a moment for our beautiful home state of North Carolina, because we have done something important here with this victory in the governor's race. You know, every election gives us choices, and there's never been a wider gulf between the choices in this race. And so tonight, with this victory, I ask you, North Carolina, did we choose progress? Did we choose experience? Did we choose reproductive freedom for women? Did we choose support for our public schools? Yes, we did. We chose all of that and more. I've known our next governor for a long time, and North Carolina is better because he's been an amazing public servant and attorney general. And now it's time for his new job. And Kristen and I can tell you, it's a job that truly matters in the lives of everyday North Carolinians. Serving as your governor has been the honor of my lifetime. And by working together, we've expanded Medicaid. We've recruited a record number of good-paying jobs. We've passed clean energy legislation to get us to carbon zero future, appointed the most diverse cabinet and staff in the history of our state. And we've stopped a lot of bad legislation. And so much more. I know what it takes to do this job. And I knew that to keep our progress going forward, we needed to write the right person to take over when it was time for me to leave. We needed a person with integrity and grit. We needed a person who will work with anyone to get the job done. We needed a person who will never back down from doing the right thing. We need a person who will blaze his own trails, and we got that tonight. He is ready to do this job and to do it right. He has the steady hand, the clear-eyed vision, and the servant's heart to make North Carolina stronger than ever. So, North Carolinians, I present to you the next governor of North Carolina, Josh Stein. North Carolina! Oh my goodness. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. It is a treat to be with you. Thank you, Governor Cooper, for that very generous introduction. And thank you, North Carolina. Tonight, the people of North Carolina resoundingly embraced a vision that's optimistic, forward-looking, and welcoming. A vision that's about creating opportunity for every North Carolinian. We chose hope over hate, competence over chaos, decency over division. That's who we are as North Carolinians, and I am so honored that you have elected me to be your next governor. Thank you. Thank you. I've got an easy question, and I already know the answer, but I'm going to ask y'all anyway. Who here, like me, loves North Carolina? North Carolina is home. Home to remarkable natural beauty. Home to small businesses and Fortune 500 companies. Home to some of the finest universities and one of the best community college systems in the nation. And we are home to the best people. As we celebrate tonight, our hearts are with the folks of Western North Carolina who are still struggling. Hurricane Helene swept in devastation, destruction, and darkness.
but the goodness of North Carolinians shone through. Neighbors helping neighbors, people dropping everything to lend a hand. And by the way, none of those folks cared whether the person they were helping was a Democrat, a Republican, or an independent. They just showed up because that's who we are as North Carolinians. And we will show up for the people of Western North Carolina to help them rebuild safer and stronger than ever before. I ran for governor because I love our home state, and I believe in the promise of North Carolina, that where you come from should never limit how far you can go. That our kids and grandkids should enjoy a better and brighter future than we've had. That every North Carolinian should have a fair shot at success, starting a small business or getting a good paying job everywhere in this state, including small town North Carolina. To deliver on that promise, we must invest in our people and their futures so that together we build a safer, stronger North Carolina where the economy continues to grow and works for everyone. Where our public schools are excellent and our teachers are well paid. And where our neighborhoods are safe and women can make their own decisions about their own bodies. Just like rebuilding Western North Carolina, these issues, good jobs, strong public schools, safe neighborhoods, and personal freedoms are not partisan issues. They are North Carolina issues. We have big challenges ahead, but we have even bigger dreams to realize. We can cut taxes for workers so you keep more of your own money. We can pay teachers what they deserve and open up doors of opportunities for our children. We can expand career and technical education because you shouldn't have to go to college to provide for your own family. To build this brighter future, we must put aside our differences and work together. We must reject the politics of division, fear, and hate that keep us from finding common ground. We will go further when we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work. And thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible. I also want to thank Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East. He expanded Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools. Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric and my sister Gerda to try to do what is right, just like they did. It's truly one of the best gifts that parents can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane. To my wife, Anna, otherwise known as a rock star, thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you. She is going to be a remarkable First Lady.
And you've been listening to Josh Stein, the Democratic governor-elect in North Carolina. You can see the rest of this on our website at cspan.org. Right now, we're going to go to Wisconsin. The Republican nominee for Senate, Eric Hovde, is speaking. We want to hear what he has to say.
I tell tomorrow or late tonight, when many of you have left and went home and went to bed, I'll float in and out of here. I have to go back to the war room, see what's happening. You know, it's too early to tell, but there's some good signs that we've seen in Georgia, hopefully in Pennsylvania soon. It all comes down to turnout. I've been saying the last, couple weeks, and certainly the last few days. If our side gets out and brings their friends and family, we'll have a great night. So, folks, have some fun, party, have a great time. And let's hope for a victory tonight. And thank you, everyone, from the bottom of me and Sharon's heart. We couldn't do it. We could not do it without you. We could not do it without you. Oh, and real quickly, I could not walk off this stage without recognizing a few other people that mean so much to me. First, my family. Come on up. My 2 daughters and my granddaughters and son-in-law. Come on. You know, this is why I've gone through this. And it's not just for them, it's all our children and grandchildren. Aren't these 2 cute? I know I'm biased. So, you know, my older daughter, Carlin, my son-in-law, Tommy, and my younger daughter, Britta, so grateful for them. And then I would also like to recognize I've had the greatest team.
And that's Republican Senate nominee Eric Hovde speaking to supporters up in Wisconsin. Not a victory, not a concession, just a wait-and-see speech. Let's check in with Greta Bronner here on C-SPAN.
We have more wins to go through from the Associated Press in this presidential contest, beginning with the state of North Dakota. 6% of the vote in. The Associated Press says that Donald Trump is the winner tonight in the state of North Dakota. Moving on to South Dakota. And the Associated Press is also saying that the former president wins tonight. 2% of the vote in, 3 electoral college votes at stake, and he is declared the winner. In Louisiana, the Associated Press is also calling this race for the former president. Moving on to Wyoming. Now, there is no data in yet in Wyoming, but the Associated Press feels comfortable enough with their VoteCast survey and other data that they have received to say that the former president has won. Also as a factor is past elections. And in 2020, President Trump won Wyoming by more than 40 points. Moving on to the state of Ohio there, and the former president also gets a win in the state of Ohio. This is a big haul, 17 electoral votes in the state of Ohio, and he gets a check next to his name there. And in the state of Texas, moving on to that state as well, you can see that the Associated Press has called the former president the winner there. Also a red state, 60% of the vote in Texas. We'll move on to the state of New York. And this one tonight has been called for the vice president with 33% of the vote in. So she gets those 28 electoral college votes in her column. Remember, we're keeping track of the electoral college tally on the left of your screen, and that is where you can see the total as these states are called by the Associated Press throughout the evening. Peter?
Well, about 20 states have been called so far by the Associated Press. You can see this at cspan.org/results. And there is a national map there. And when they go bright red or bright blue, that means that they have been called by the Associated Press. Those states in light blue and in light red have not been called. The results are too inconclusive at this point to call this. But you can do this yourself. And you can click on each individual state. And if you click on any of those states, all the counties come up. And you can see how many votes have already been cast and counted in that county. So you can track the election yourself in the palm of your hand. 202 is the area code for all of our numbers, 748-8920. If you are supporting Kamala Harris for president, 202-748-8921. If you're supporting Donald Trump for president, all others, you can call in at this number, 202-748-8922, and please send a text message as well, 202-748-8903. If you do send a text message talking about the issues, the election, the candidates, what the process was like for you, please include your city and your first name if you would. Let's return to your voices, and let's hear from Mike in Fort Lauderdale. Mike?
Hello. Can you hear me?
We're listening. Who'd you vote for?
All right. I voted for Randall Terry, Constitution Party.
And why did you vote for Mr. Terry?
Basically, I disapproved of the major party candidates this time around. And I also wanted to mention my primary reason for calling is to support something called approval voting. You mentioned ranked choice voting, but I wanted to support approval voting as an alternative method. It's easier to implement, easier to cast your ballots, and it has, I guess, a better, in terms of just overall fairness of the.
Hey, Mike, how does approval voting work?
Oh, okay, great question. So basically, rather than ranking the candidates, you just check which candidates you approve of. So it's either a yes or no for each of the candidates. But basically, it allows you to express approval for more than one candidate, but you also have to think, is this a candidate I'm willing to compromise for? And it would tend, particularly in a presidential election, to allow for compromise candidates to have more of an advantage. And I think that would be good for the country.
Is that used anywhere?
Well, I know in this election, the only I think there's a mayor's race in St. Louis that used it. If not this election, a recent election.
Okay.
And I know, and as far as there's actually an approval voting party in Colorado, where that's kind of where it's centered. Unfortunately, I couldn't vote for that party on my ballot, but.
Hey, Mike, you said you voted for Randall Terry of the Constitution Party. Is this the same Randall Terry who's been very active in anti-abortion activities?
Yeah, but I mainly voted for him to support the party rather than him specifically.
Thank you, sir, for calling in from Fort Lauderdale. Greta Bronner is here at C-SPAN.
Let's go through the battleground states in the presidential contest, beginning with Georgia, and show our viewers where it stands right now. This is a competitive state, as we've been talking about all night long. In 2019, the black voting population in Georgia reached a record high of 2.5 million eligible voters, making up a third of the state's total electorate. That's from Pew Research. So the black vote in Georgia is one to watch tonight. Moving on to the state of North Carolina. As we told you, Barack Obama, the last Democrat to win that state in 2008. This is where it stands right now. 59% of the vote in. The former president leads 51% to nearly 48% for the vice president. And then going on to Pennsylvania. And for one of these candidates to reach 270, Pennsylvania is pivotal. 28% of the vote in. This is where it stands right now. Michigan, the other battleground state here of one of the 7 that we've been talking about all night long. 13% of the vote in. 15 electoral votes are at stake. Obama won it in 2012 by 9 points. In 2020, Biden won by 150,000 votes. In 2016, the former president won Michigan by 11,000 votes. Let's go on to the state of Virginia. This is one where Republicans were thinking they may have a chance here. 13 electoral votes are at stake. Republicans talking about it being a swing state. But as we've said, President Biden won this in 2020, 57% of the vote in. This is where it stands right now with the former president, just a slight lead. This could be a red mirage. Moving on to Wisconsin. The polls just closed at 9 p.m. Eastern time in Wisconsin. 19% of the vote is in. And you just heard from Eric Hovde, who's running in that Wisconsin race, that it's going to be a long night. And so that'll be the same for the presidential contest as well. Those are the swing states, the closely watched races in the presidential contest that we'll keep an eye on all night. Why? Because it was so tight in 2020. Look at the winning margins in each of the 7 battleground states in 2020. President Biden won Arizona by just over 10,000 votes. And in Georgia, over 11,000 votes. In Michigan, as we said, over 150,000 votes. And in Nevada, he won by almost 34,000 votes. Now take a look at the other 3 remaining swing states from the 2020 margins. This is from ABC News. North Carolina went to the former president in 2020 by over 74,000 votes. Biden won Pennsylvania. As we told you, that's pivotal to getting to 270, and he won it by over 81,000 votes. And then in the state of Wisconsin, Biden won the Badger State by over 20,000 votes in 2020. Those were the winning margins from 4 years ago, and that is why these are battleground states. We do have another race called in the Senate contest in Maryland. Angela Alsobrooks, who was running for Ben Cardin's seat against the very popular Governor Larry Hogan. She is declared the winner tonight in the blue state of Maryland, 52% of the vote in. Peter?
And Greta and I will be here until 3 a.m. At that point, we will continue to give you results and speeches and call-ins. And then the Washington Journal tomorrow morning is a 5-hour program. So 17 hours in total of live election night coverage. Want to hear from you throughout the evening. We'll put the numbers up on the screen. Cassandra is in Phoenix, a Kamala Harris supporter. Hi, Cassandra.
Hi. I just wanted to call in. I appreciate your guys' coverage that's impartial. And it's been nice hearing everyone's views. And I think the biggest thing, too, which is what I was feeling, is that we're really not being heard. I think it's why a lot of people are coming in with ranked choice voting, kind of celebrating that, or maybe other options to try and just get our voices heard. I also think it's why people are feeling so strongly on things. I've always been a blue voter, honestly. I registered Republican because that's how I grew up. And my first election, I voted for Obama. So I decided to stick with it. And I've lived in Republican areas and Democrat areas, and it's really just been, and I get why people maybe are switching parties, because nothing seems to really have changed. I think maybe getting a lot of dark money out of our elections, which both candidates are kind of have used, especially in this election, it will certainly help us get our voices heard. But my main issue, honestly, is for abortion. I'm really hoping, too, that even if for some reason Harris doesn't win in Arizona, that we have Prop 139 kind of enshrine that right in our Constitution.
Yeah, that was on your ballot this year, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm really hoping that passes, because either way, our states do have rights, no matter who ends up being the majority party in power. So I'm hoping that comes through.
Hey, Cassandra, being a battleground state, how would you describe that experience?
It's kind of interesting, just because I have a lot of family who's also voting Republican, and people that I know and work with. I think you can always tell. It's almost kind of like the same version that voter in Alaska had, where you try and keep it, to yourself mostly, unless you're really going out there and campaigning. Try and keep the peace. But I'm really hoping, too, that if for some reason there's some discrepancy with voting, that everyone stays safe, because it can get pretty heated. So I definitely went in 2 weeks beforehand and cast my vote, because I don't want to be at the voting offices today. So.
And what do you do out in Phoenix?
I actually sell insurance and service insurance policies.
Cassandra, thanks for spending a few minutes with us. We appreciate your watching. Up next is Harold. Harold is in Chatham, New York, a Trump supporter. Hi, Harold.
Hi. How you doing?
Why are you calling?
Yeah, I today I tried for Donald Trump. He says he's going to lower the gas price, and he's going to trying to cut the gas price down. I trust Donald Trump before I trust. I don't trust Joe Biden. Come here, they want to raise it up jack high. That's why my wife and I get $125 with the food stamp because Joe Biden is low. It's going up, and come here, it's going up.
All right. Harold, really appreciate your calling in and watching C-SPAN tonight. Thank you. Greta Bronner, what do you have?
Heard from some of our viewers tonight that reproductive rights is what drove them to the polls. As we've said, 10 states had abortion rights measures on the ballots this election cycle, and there have been races called, or ballot initiatives called, by the Associated Press in 3 states. Let's begin with that Florida one. We talked about it earlier. Remember, it needed to hit that 60% threshold. The Associated Press is saying it will not get there. And so Florida voters have opposed this right to abortion ballot initiative this time around. And as we said, the governor, Ron DeSantis, was really fighting against this ballot initiative in the state of Florida. Then moving on to Maryland and their abortion ballot initiative there, you can see that it passed 74 to 26%. The Associated Press saying that Maryland voters have agreed with the right to abortion in that state. That also likely helped Angela Alsobrooks in that Senate race become the victor over Larry Hogan. Moving on to New York, where there was also a abortion ballot initiative for folks to check off, and 72% of voters with 32% in checked yes. So the Associated Press is saying that is now approved by voters in the state of New York. A total of 10 states had abortion ballot initiatives on the ballot for voters, and it was a lot of, there they are on your screen, a lot of money spent on in favor and in opposition to these ballot initiatives. Take a look at this from the Associated Press, put together by Axios, and you can see the the money raised by abortion rights and anti-abortion groups. Total $161 million spent for these ballot initiatives, while only $24 million spent against. Peter?
And we're going to continue to take your calls and get results. And when the speeches come in, the concessions and the victories, we'll go to those live as well. Ryan is in Chicago. Ryan, good evening to you. Who'd you vote for?
Good evening. How you doing?
How are you?
I'm doing good. First of all, I just want to say the fact that you guys are staying up till 3 a.m. doing this is awesome. You're doing the Lord's work. Thank you, because this is a tough day. And also, I wanted to say right off the top, everyone that's calling in that's a third-party candidate, I think it's so amazing that even though their vote is in some ways symbolic, because unfortunately we only have two major parties, they know so much about the issues and they are so on top of the things that they care about that if we actually had a viable third party and we had people that were that invested in the candidates, this country would be much better off because they really pay attention to what's going on. And I respect that, but
you know, I just want to agree. I want to agree with you on that. We had Aaron in Richmond, and then we had our friend from Fort Lauderdale call in, and both knew exactly how they felt about issues and very specifically why.
Yes, yeah. And it's great because you know they're standing up for principle, even though they know that statistically they're probably not going to win. I love that. I voted for Kamala. And I'm calling in because I wanted to ask you guys if you want to talk about it, or callers can talk about it. Basically, talking about like the future of conversation in this country, because as I see it, when you look at someone like Donald Trump, and this is, no disrespect to the people that voted for him, but he's observably stupid. And he says he constantly lies. And he constantly talks in a way where it sounds like he does not know what he's talking about. It sounds like somebody who did not read a book and then they're asked to like summarize the book. And when you talk to people that vote for him, some people have very like basic talking points that they don't focus on any of his policies or any of the things that he says. They basically just say, well, I'm not happy with what is happening right now in this country. And so he's a good businessman and he's going to make things better. And then when you bring up things like, well, he was caught in this lie, or he's a convicted felon, or yada, yada, you don't really get anywhere in a conversation. So I'm just wondering what you guys think, like, as we move forward, if verifiable facts do not matter, how do we vote as a people, and how do we reach people that are kind of confused on certain issues if people can just brush aside something that is verifiably true and that has just facts behind it, but yet people can kind of brush it off like, well, I didn't see it, so I don't pay attention to it. Like I
Ryan,
feel like
we appreciate. Thanks for that thought provoker. What do you do in Chicago?
I'm a writer.
What kind of writer?
Creative writing, and I also do some more like technical writing, but my main thing is creative writing. So that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thanks for calling in. Kevin is next. Kevin is calling in from Pennsylvania on our Support President Trump line. Macungie, did I get it right?
Yeah, somewhat right. How you doing?
How are you? Where's Macungie?
It's like on the outskirts of Allentown.
Okay. So, what was the process like for you? What's the election been like for you, Kevin, in a swing state?
It was a bit turbulent, because Pennsylvania, despite being the state, where the country was founded, seems like not too many people put thought into it. So, once November comes around, it seems like everybody starts caring.
Was it tense?
A little bit, but I try and stay calm through it.
Yeah.
And I was mostly calm because I knew I was certain that I was voting for Trump because of two main issues: the cost of items and abortion.
Okay, Kevin, President Trump was there 20 plus times. Did you ever go to a rally?
I have not because I was busy with work and stuff. But I wish I did because his rallies, they just seem fun. They seem down to earth. Like he just seems like a guy that gets people. So if I did have the option, though, I would have voted for Mega Man because Dr. Wiley must be stopped.
That's Kevin in Pennsylvania. Rob is next, Dayton, Ohio. A Kamala Harris supporter. Hi, Rob.
How you doing, Peter?
How are you?
Oh, I'm just great.
What's on your mind?
Yeah, so the reason I voted for Kamala Harris is because for me as an Ohioan, I really care about my own rights as an American. And since 2020, what has been talked about is Donald Trump wanting to take away the First Amendment right for news organizations to sue them if he doesn't like the stories that are told about him, wants to take away the Americans' right to free speech when it comes to burning the American flag to protest. So to me, it was all about my rights as an American and about other Americans' rights to protest, for the news to do their job, and stuff like that.
Now, Rob, did you vote straight Democratic? There's been some talk that Mike Turner, the congressman from Dayton, might be in a close race.
No, actually, I'm actually a registered Republican. I voted for Mike Turner.
Really? And you voted for Kamala Harris and Mike Turner?
Yep. I also voted for Sherrod Brown.
And Sherrod Brown. Okay. You're all over the board. What do you do there in Dayton?
Oh, I'm an electrician. I'm an industrial and commercial electrician.
Who did you support 4 years ago?
4 years ago, I supported Joseph Biden, and 4 years before that, I supported Donald Trump.
Very interesting. Rob, thanks for calling in and sharing a little bit with us. Let's check back in with Greta Bronner.
Let's go through some races that have been called in the Senate. These are safe Republican incumbent seats, beginning with Mississippi. Roger Wicker will get a fourth term in the U.S. Senate. Moving on to Nebraska. This is a race between Dan Osborne, or this is the Pete Ricketts race. This is the special election in Nebraska. Pete Ricketts was appointed to this seat for Ben Sasse when he left. The governor appointed Pete Ricketts to fill out the remainder of his seat, and now a special election to do the rest of the Sasse term. And Pete Ricketts is able to do that tonight. Moving on to North Dakota, the race has been called there. Kevin Cramer wants a second term in the Senate, and he gets it tonight. The Associated Press declares him the winner. And then in Tennessee, in this Senate race, again, this is safe Republican incumbent seat, Senator Marsha Blackburn. She gets a second term in the Senate. And then in the state of Wyoming, The Associated Press doesn't have any data in, but they feel comfortable putting the check mark next to Republican Senator John Barrasso. John Barrasso, for our C-SPAN junkies, they know that he is challenging other Republican senators to become the leader of the party in the Senate because Mitch McConnell is planning to step down from that leadership post when the new Congress reconvenes in January. Let's go to Missouri. The presidential race has been called there. 26% of the vote in. Here's the percentages right now. And Donald Trump gets a check mark tonight. Peter?
202 is the area code, 748-8920 if you support Kamala Harris, 202-748-8921 if you support Donald Trump.
No, we were.
All others, 202-748-8922. And text messages. If you want to send in a text, we'll be looking at those as well, 202-748-8903. Please include your first name and your city if you would. Let's hear from Michael in Sparta, New Jersey. Michael, good evening to you. Who is your candidate of choice?
Good evening, and thank you for C-SPAN. I actually abstained from voting at the top of the ticket just because I wasn't happy with either of the choices, and it doesn't really matter in New Jersey. But the main reason I wanted to call in was to share what's going on in the betting markets, since that's legal now. Since the start of the polls closing, it looks like Trump has shot up like by a huge amount. He's up now 71 to 29. And that's based
Michael,
out of like a 50
Michael, what does that mean?
They both started at 50 cents.
Michael, does that mean that President Trump is favored in the betting markets?
Yeah, so since like about 3 hours ago, he just started shooting up, and it's usually reflective of some kind of inside information, just judging from prior elections. So I'm just curious as to like what's going on there.
And I apologize, I'm making you the expert because you're the one who brought it up. What is a betting market? How broad is this? Is this 3 people or is this 3 million people? And who can place these bets? Michael?
I'm sorry, I think the phone is breaking up.
Okay, I apologize, Michael. We're going to have to let you go at this point because don't want to hold you up. We're going to go back to Greta Brawner in just a minute. I do want to point out at cspan.org/results, if you go there, you get the magic wall in your palm. It is a map, and it is a map, an electoral map of the United States. You see the whole thing there. Go onto this, and you can click on every individual state, and as the Associated Press calls the states, they will turn it either bright blue or bright red. The ones that are light blue and light red, that means they're in, that candidate is leading, but they have not been called as far as results go. You can also look at the individual House and counties and Senate races, and it's in real time. It's a terrific tool, and recommend you go there, cspan.org/results. And let's see if Melissa in Jonesboro, Arkansas can hear us. Melissa, can you hear us?
Well, just barely. Of all the nights
Okay.
to have your phone go crazy on you. I'm just glad that Donald Trump's going to win this election and we can finally get out of this poverty-stricken attitude that we all have and maybe have a steak and baked potato. How you doing tonight?
That's Melissa in Jonesboro, Arkansas, having a steak and baked potato. We appreciate your calling in. It is 10 p.m. here on the East Coast. Polls are closing. Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Utah has a Senate and governor's race. Nevada has a Senate race. Montana, Senate race and governor. And we want to check in with Greta Brawner.
Let's look at those competitive states in this presidential contest, beginning again with Georgia. This is one of those battleground states that folks have been watching this whole election. Just with 80% of the vote in, want to show you where things stand now. 16 electoral votes are at stake in the Peach State. A reminder, President Biden won by 12,000 votes in 2020. Moving on to North Carolina in the Tar Heel State, 16 electoral votes here in the Tar Heel State. The last 3 elections have been decided by less than 4 points and just 1 point in 2020. Going to Pennsylvania, again, this is 19 electoral votes, the biggest electoral vote prize. The winner might only need 2 other battleground states if they snag Pennsylvania. 2016, Trump won 48 to 47%, 44,000 votes, over 44,000 votes, became the first GOP presidential candidate to win since 1988. 2020, Biden won 50 to 48.8%, or over 80,000 votes. Moving on to the next battleground state of Michigan. This is 15 electoral votes. Democrats have won every contest but one. That was in 2016, since 1992. That year, the former president won 11,000 votes, or 0.2 points. By comparison, President Obama won in 2012 by 9 points. This is where it stands right now, 15 electoral votes in Michigan, and you can see where the vote is, 16% in. Another state that is interesting tonight is Virginia, and we want to give you another update on the state of Virginia, where it is right now with 61% of the vote in. And you can see that the former president is leading by less than 2 percentage points, 13 electoral votes. President Biden won this in 2020. So we'll keep an eye on Virginia tonight to see if it stays blue or not. Let's go on to Wisconsin. The polls closed there an hour ago. 35% of the vote in, and you can see how neck and neck it is right now between these two, the former president and the vice president there. Just this will take a long time in Wisconsin. 35% of the vote in if it stays this tight. Moving on to Iowa. Ann Seltzer, she put out a poll over the weekend that many of you probably heard about. It showed a competitive race in the red state of Iowa. The queen of outlier polls, as she is known, had the vice president up by 3 points among likely voters, driven by the strength of independent women who told Seltzer in this poll that they were backing the vice president by a 28-point margin. Look at where it stands right now, how close this is in the state of Iowa with 29% of the vote in. Peter?
Greta Bronner, thank you. We'll check in a little bit later. Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice, News of the United States, reporter there, has rejoined us after a little break. We appreciate your coming back, Evan.
Thank you.
Now, I was trying to keep up with Greta. Again, I'm on our magic wall, cspan.org/results. You get this map. It's phenomenal. When she talked about Virginia, I went to Virginia. Fairfax County, the big county for the Democrats, 72% of the vote has already been counted from there. But then you go down to Virginia Beach, only 30% has been counted. That tends to be a Republican area. Went to Polk County, Iowa, Des Moines. And most of the vote, 97% of the vote is in, or 87% of the vote is already in Polk County. And Kamala Harris is leading 55 to 43. Most of the other counties have not been counted at this point.
Well, that's a Democratic vote in Iowa if, you know,
Polk County is.
Polk is where it is.
Yeah.
And so if that number's not very high, it does not bode well for that Seltzer poll down the line. The Virginia stuff, again, we're waiting for results to come in. But if those numbers hold, even if they stay where they are and Harris wins it, but by this narrow number that it's where it's set up now, that would be a huge change. That would be a very different election than we were expecting even just a couple of days ago. The Seltzer poll really is an interesting question. It is an outlier. It was a very different poll than anybody else really had. There was some conversation around that, but we'll see. But those poll numbers, again, a lot more numbers to come in. We're waiting, until the AP has called it. That's what we're waiting for. But those numbers do not look great for that poll.
Let's check back in with Greta.
Let's look at the presidential contest in the state of Montana. This is a red state. The president has won this by double-digit margins. The former president has in previous cycles. 2% of the vote and the president is being called tonight the winner in Montana. Going on to the state of Utah, the Associated Press has also called this race in Utah 6 electoral votes at stake. And you can see that the president is declared the winner by the Associated Press there. The Associated Press has also called this Utah Senate race. Mitt Romney decided not to run for re-election. John Curtis, the Republican there, will take over for Mitt Romney. This stays a Republican seat in the U.S. Senate.
Greta, thank you. We will be back to check in with you later. Evan McMorris Santoro, you were able to take a break for about 45 minutes and do your own work for Notice. What did you write about?
Well, I was checking in with our team. That is, we have reporters all over the country right now. We have a big newsroom here in D.C. that has been covering everything and staying very, very focused. And I was just checking in to see how things are looking. And the Notice newsroom, it looks like the path that Harris was looking for tonight may be narrowing so far. Right. It's still very early, but one of my colleagues who's been running some of these numbers, looking at some of this stuff, was saying that you're looking at Harris really needs those suburban numbers in the Midwest to really come in. And so you look at that Iowa thing, that was the Seltzer was supposed to be some kind of indication of that. We don't know. We don't have votes yet in, but there is a feeling, I think, that some of this stuff is narrowing a bit for Harris at this point in the night. That it's looking like a better night for Trump than for Harris so far. But things are very, very close, And so this is what we're checking. I was just checking in to see sort of what was the kind of the vibe, if you will, how people were feeling about this, and that feeling right now is that this path is narrowing for Harris at the moment.
Greta Bronner has more results.
The Associated Press is calling the state of Delaware in the Senate race there for Lisa Blunt Rochester, the congresswoman. She will take over for Tom Carper, who is retiring after serving several terms in the U.S. Senate. They've also called a race in the Delaware House seat there. This one is an interesting one. Sarah McBride, the Democrat, with 85% of the vote in, is the winner of this Delaware seat. She's on track to become the first trans member of Congress. She spoke at the Democratic National Convention at age 25, published a memoir at 27, and won a Delaware State Senate seat at 30, and now she's making history again tonight. Peter?
And on our companion network, Book TV, Sarah McBride's memoir is featured. So if you go to booktv.org tomorrow or at some point, type in Sarah McBride up in the search engine, and you'll be able to watch her talk about her life. Bill is calling in from Brunswick, Ohio, supporter of President Trump. Right, Bill?
Yeah, hi. I think you've been hacked. I can't hear you guys.
Great. Appreciate that, Bill. All right. Diane in Mansfield, Ohio, can you hear me?
No, it's actually been breaking up since Greta a couple of times ago, right after the third time.
Great. Appreciate that. We will work on that issue as well.
Do I stay on the line or call back?
Just go ahead and stay on the line. I am going to put you on hold, though, because I don't want you to have to listen to all this.
That's cool.
All this going on here.
That's cool. I appreciate it.
All right.
Interesting you mentioned the Sarah McBride thing. My colleague Oriana Gonzalez did a very interesting interview with her as well that you can read at notice.org. Get some more information on that person. It's interesting night. This is one of those things where this is one of these historic wins. that, not long ago would have been very surprising, if almost unbelievable to see. But now this person is going to be in Congress in the middle of a world where we are really having a very vociferous debate in the country about trans rights. And now a trans person will be in Congress to talk about that with those other legislators, who are doing that. So it could be very interesting, very interesting to keep an eye on.
All right, let's go to the callers. Now, we might not be able to interact like we usually do, but we want to hear what you have to say. Diane in Mansfield, Ohio, tell us what you want to say.
All right. Well, actually, it's kind of ironic. My daughter is trans, but that's not why I was calling. I'm only partially listening to results. I have you guys on, but on closed caption. But it's been so stressful and exhausting this last 2 years, I just can't take it. And I just am waiting to learn if Sherrod Brown won our state, which I'm hoping he will, but the prez won't be known for a few days. Bernie Moreno. We used to be a swing state, but then we got gerrymandered out the wazoo, so now we're a red state. But gerrymandering is our issue one this time, and that's very important. But I want to tell people about Bernie Moreno. He's your typical ultra-rich guy from ultra-rich parents from Bogota, Colombia. They came to America at 5, and he became a citizen at 18. Easy Wikipedia research. Anyway, I'm actually watching A Day Without a Mexican, or Without Mexicans, on YouTube, which is not a typical streaming platform I use other than music. I'm so amused that this movie is over 20 years old, and they are still using the same boogeyman shtick they were 20 years ago to scare the heebie-jeebies out of those of you who only have one policy that you are voting on, which is immigration. And I don't know if anybody told you, but you guys were the ones that said you didn't want to approve it because of whatever reason, but we know what it was. Anyway, you just can't make this stuff up. And I'm just watching A Day Without a Mexican, and I thought I'd just call you and give you a movie review. Hope you watch it.
That's Diane in Mansfield, Ohio. Greta Bronner, what do you have?
Another race. Let's look at the state of Colorado. The Associated Press has said that the vice president wins this race tonight. It'll be in the blue column with 10 electoral votes in the blue column for the vice president.
Tony, Trenton, New Jersey. Please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
Yes, hi.
Tony, we are listening. Please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
I just want to sort of talk about the Democratic Party and they sort of almost have this loss coming to them. All that Kamala had to do was sort of declare this arms embargo, or at least show a more favorable position towards the Palestinians, and she ended up sort of alienating a good chunk of Muslim voters in Michigan. And that's going to prove very crucial, and that's probably going to contribute more towards her loss. Obviously, it's very early in the race. It's too soon to tell, but it's not looking as good as perhaps a lot of Democrats were expecting. And I just want to say that, she should have adopted a more favorable position in that respect. She shouldn't have aired two different ads, one favorable to Israel in Pennsylvania and one favorable to Palestinians in Michigan, that went over like the lead balloon like it should have. So this is going to be really a referendum on, the approval of the way the Democrats were handling their foreign policy and the way that, people feel about that in these crucial swing states.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Evan McMorris Santoro, when you looked at the exit polls that the cable networks were giving, economy, democracy, abortion, immigration on a second tier, the Israel-Gaza conflict did not appear necessarily.
But that passion that we've talked about earlier and that uncommitted movement that really animated a lot of people, especially, it's not just the Arab American voters, it's younger voters. The challenge for those voters really is that they are almost sort of politically homeless at this point. There is not actually a candidate, a major party candidate, that is offering them sort of what they are interested in hearing, right? And so a lot of them, when it came to voting, were telling me that they were going to maybe vote for a third-party candidate. My colleague Tinashe over at Notice reported on Jill Stein grabbing a lot of those voters. We heard from a third-party voter earlier tonight that was voting on that issue. It's an issue that where the Democrats lost these people. They could have had them, but they did lose them because they're not offering them sort of policies that they want. But the Republicans also are not, right? And so, and this is one of those things where, as you say, it's probably not the key motivating factor for most voters in America. It really isn't. And I think that's another thing that frustrates people who are very passionate about this issue, is that it's not the number one thing on other people's agenda. But in a sense of trying to unite the Democratic Party, which is which was the most important job that Kamala Harris has, right, as the Democratic nominee, was trying to rebuild that coalition that Biden used to beat Trump in 2020. And this has always been the kind of chunk that she has not been able to bring fully back in. And so when you hear, and people are going to wonder a lot about why that is or what these people are thinking. That caller, the previous callers have talked about this, the passion of it, that's why. Because people are very, very moved by this. Those who are, right? And as you say, it's not everybody, but those who are really, really moved by it.
Let's hear from Greta Bronner.
We want to check in on some competitive House races. You were talking with Kirk Beto earlier about Iowa's 1st congressional district. This is a rematch tonight in a potential Democratic pickup. And in a rematch from 2022, Democrats also are hoping that State Rep Christina Bohannon can unseat the sophomore here, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks, in Iowa's 1st congressional district. You can see, though, that the incumbent has a lead at this point with 15% of the vote in. Moving on to Iowa's 3rd congressional district. This is also a potential pickup. Democrat Lanon Bakam is running against Representative Zach Nunn, the incumbent. Bakam is the son of refugees and a veteran of the Afghanistan war. And you can see he has a lead over Republican incumbent Congressman Zach Nunn at this point with 69% of the vote in. Another hot race that we're watching is Colorado's 8th district. And this one tonight at 65% in, you can see the incumbent there with just a slight lead. We'll keep an eye on those 3 races. Peter?
We haven't really gotten an indication yet, have we, Evan, about who's going to take control of the House?
No, we're waiting on that. And that's one of the ones we may take a very long time to find out, given how long some of these places take to count their ballots and how few seats there are, to make this balance happen. But we have a lot of runway to go there. I think that what we're seeing, though, it's interesting to see incumbents struggling. That's sort of storyline we learned on the trail, on the road, talking to people around. There's a lot of even though we know how elections work, that the vast majority of incumbents are going to remain in their jobs. It's the way it goes in American politics most of the time. There was a real feeling I would get on the road and feeling I would get on the ground of whatever bums there we can find, we can throw out, we want to throw out. And we'll see how that plays out as this goes on. But again, it's super early, and the House races, just like everything else, you got to wait and see what the results are. But looking at some of this, it's just interesting to see these 2 incumbents back to back struggling. It's not surprising given some of that conversation.
And one of those key Senate races is in Montana. Tim Sheehy, John Tester, the incumbent. Montana's polls close in about 40 minutes, and along with Nevada, which also has a Senate race going on there. Let's hear from Bill in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, here in the suburbs of Washington. Bill, why did you call in? Tell us.
I thank you for taking my call, number one. I voted for Trump. I'm a farmer. And I voted for Trump because of economics. My chemical prices have went from $12,000 to $43,000 over the last 3 years. The same amount. Politically, I voted for Trump because there's 17 kids on my street in different houses, and all of them have been taken out of school and being homeschooled or sent to private schools. I don't know what Kamala Harris or what the Democratic Party is really thinking, but I think if they really ask farmers, they're about to put us all out of business. Thank you for taking my call.
That's Bill in Upper Marlboro, Maryland, inflation and education.
And that rural vote that we're talking about, which is a place where early on, again, we're waiting for all the results to come in, but early on we are seeing Trump really overperforming his previous numbers in those rural areas. That's that rural-urban divide that's really defined a lot of politics right now. This is not a surprising thing to hear from a farmer, that they are very passionately supporting Trump.
Greta Bronner.
As we've talked about tonight, the Senate is on the line with the balance of power there. Democrats have a 2-seat majority. They did not have a favorable map this time around. They had to defend 23 seats, while Republicans were only defending 11. Let's take a look at some of those competitive races, starting with Ohio. Democrat Sherrod Brown, the incumbent, trailing right now behind Republican Bernie Moreno, 76% of the vote in. Now, this state has been called for President Trump, a red state, and the incumbent Sherrod Brown trailing there. He's seeking a 4th term in the Senate. Moving on to Pennsylvania, look at the race right now. It's tied up between Dave McCormick and Bob Casey. With 15 days to go, this race changed from toss-up to lean Democrat, but you can see how competitive it is in Pennsylvania. Just 0.3 percentage points dividing these two tonight with 52% of the vote in. So we're going to keep our eye on that one as well. Moving on to Michigan, and this is the open seat left open by the retirement of Senator Debbie Stabenow. Alyssa Slotkin, the congresswoman running against the former Congressman Mike Rogers, 20% of the vote in, and this is where it stands right now. Texas, this is a race where Democrats were hoping maybe they could pick off Republican Senator Ted Cruz and help them keep the majority in the Senate. 68% of the vote in, and right now Ted Cruz is in the lead over the congressman and former NFL star Colin Allred, the Democratic the Democratic congressman there. And then finally in the state of Wisconsin, this one too close to call, and it might stay that way for a very long time. 48% of the vote in, and you can say it's nearly tied there in the state of Wisconsin. A lot of money being poured in to these close Senate races. Take a look at Open Secrets data. These are the most expensive Senate races. The money spent by the candidates and outside groups in the state of Ohio totaling $427 million. In Pennsylvania, $287 million. In Montana, that Senate race that we're watching with John Tester, the incumbent, $270 million there. Texas, over $200 million spent on that Texas Senate race. And then in Michigan, over $200 million spent as well. Peter?
Evan McMorris Santoro, we have been talking, and you and I were both kind of watching as Greta went through those, and we were both just like, that's really close. That's really close.
Yeah, very close. But I'm also just want to give a shout out to this this idea of covering the money that is spent in these races. We don't talk about it enough. I mean, this is unfathomable sums of money that are going into all these races now. It wasn't that long ago that the idea of a number even approaching this would have been something you couldn't even imagine, really, in some of these Senate races. But you're seeing it now, places where they're running out of, there's just no more inventory to buy in advertising because they've bought all the ads they can buy, that kind of thing. Look, again, it's early. We don't know all the numbers yet. We don't know what all the results are. That Wisconsin number that's bad news for Democrats. They do not want, that was
the tide
well,
race,
the tide is
pretty. The Hovde Baldwin race seemed, I think it was tied. I don't know if we can pull up that.
It's close, but like that got close. That's not like, so if you think about Ohio was always sort of a tougher slog for them. It seems like a tough slog. Wisconsin is a very important state for Democrats. You know, it's part of their sort of presidential plan as well. Tammy Baldwin is an incumbent. this all closed very fast for them. This idea that Baldwin was in trouble happened sort of very quickly. It was not a storyline through most of the election cycle, and that is borne out here. But this is an incumbent that was not one that they were super worried about at the beginning, and now it's looking very like anybody could win it. But again, there's a lot of time, there's a lot of votes and stuff to come in. But when you look at those numbers, those are things that were not on the radar screen not that long ago.
And Bernie Moreno with a 5 or 6 point lead over Sherrod Brown, with 60+% of the vote in.
Yeah, I mean, Brown is another one of these incumbents who's been very capable of winning, even as his party, as a Democrat, even as his party, as his state rather, has shifted to the Republican direction, right? I mean, this is what we're going to see with John Tester as well in Montana, because this is a guy who has defied the odds so many times and remained the senator from Montana. The polls look like this may not be the one. This is it's a much tougher map this year. Things are really hard this year. But you look at somebody like Brown, that was a tough race. It's a tough race. We don't know all the answers yet, but the fact that he is kind of like struggling or having a hard time there in these early numbers, before we know, that is sort of what we expected months ago, the beginning of the cycle. The Baldwin thing is relatively new, and that's something important to think about. Like, again, we don't know all the answers, but when you look at these numbers, that's something that is pretty meaningful in terms of how the Democrats are going to think about tonight and what they're looking at, and how, you've heard the callers. There's a little bit more exhaustion, a little bit more frustration from the Democratic callers. Baldwin, the numbers like the Baldwin numbers are why.
Well, let's return to Greta.
As expected, the District of Columbia, which was rated as safe, Harris tonight was called for her 3 electoral votes. Why does the District of Columbia get electoral votes? It's because of the ratification of the 23rd Amendment in 1961. The electoral votes are doled out based on congressional districts and the 2 Senate seats for each state. Because of the ratification there in 1961, then 535 became 538 electoral votes total. Tonight, happening in D.C., the vice president will be delivering remarks from there tonight. We'll see if it's a victory or concession speech, but there she is. That's the headquarters there for the Harris campaign in D.C. at Howard University, her alma mater, and you can see the crowd has gathered already there here in D.C. Peter?
Next call is Taylor in Jacksonville, Florida, a supporter of Kamala Harris. Taylor, tell us what you wanted to call in and talk about.
Hi, I've been in support of Harris, and I voted from Florida. I guess I'm just a bit upset about the whole supermajority for Amendment 4 and abortion rights. Currently, I believe that the current threshold makes it just far too easy for a vocal minority to block changes that reflect the will of the majority. So in the case of abortion, if the majority of Floridians approve or support of access to reproductive rights, it just still feels like this could be denied, and it's frustrating to see that come up, especially given just everything that's been going on with our state. It just seems even if we do speak and share our voice, it takes 60%. So, like I said, the supermajority to get anything across, and it's been very frustrating being a Floridian and also voting blue.
Thank you, Taylor, for calling in. Yeah, Greta showed us those polls or the results a little bit earlier. It was at 57%, I believe.
Yeah.
And you need a 60% margin
Yeah.
to make that happen. But this, again, was a state that is voting for President Trump, Rick Scott, and 57% for pro-choice amendments.
That's right. And I think, the lesson from that is that actually, and I think that we'll see how this gets discussed in the coming days, but I think it's dangerous to look at this as like, oh, the first time these abortion rights issues have sort of gone the Republicans' way in a while. Like, maybe something different is happening. If you're a Republican looking at those numbers, you're like, this is not a great, this is not a great thing. 57% of the electorate, people who turned out to vote for me, also voted for this amendment. I mean, giving numbers like that. 60% is a tough margin. I'm not completely sure of what the intricacies of Florida's choices with having a 60% margin on a ballot initiative is, but you can understand why somebody who would be frustrated that they won 57% of the vote and it doesn't count, right? That you can understand why that would be tough. But it also is that thing that it still shows that this issue is a very potent one, because even in a state where Republicans are having a very good night on this issue, they are still only 3 points away from being, from not succeeding in this thing. There are a lot of people in Florida who would like to see things different when it comes to this issue, who also are voting Republican. And the question, this is a question for the future for those Republicans there. Can they keep them around? Is this going to be a problem for them? But that's a very interesting result because of that. It really just speaks to how potent this issue has been in politics since that Dobbs decision.
We are a half hour away from more polls closing, and that will be Montana, Nevada, and Utah. They close at 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Next call is Alexis in New York City. Hi.
Hey, good evening.
Alexis, if you could tell us why you called in, we'd appreciate it.
But of course, I've been keeping up with C-SPAN since I was back in high school, and now I'm 33 years old, and I've always voted for Democrat. And so this time around, I decided to go the other way around, and I voted for Donald Trump.
And why was that?
I honestly feel like our country needs a change in direction of, the leadership and the things that we should focus on. I feel like Donald Trump has a great backing, good supporters that have some things that are fundamentally wrong with our country, and I think that they can fix it.
Alexis, where in the city do you live? What borough?
I live downtown Manhattan in the East Village.
And what about your congressman? Did you vote for a Democratic congressman or a Republican candidate?
I did.
You voted for the Republican?
No, excuse me. I voted for the Democrat.
You did, but just at the top of the ticket, you changed your vote. What do you do? What do you do in Manhattan, Alexis?
Well, I work in construction. I build homes.
Good. Alexis, thanks for calling in. We appreciate your watching, and we appreciate the fact that you've kept up with us since you were 18 years old, especially. So thanks for that. Greta Bronner.
An update on the Keystone State, beginning with the presidential contest. Here's where it stands right now. 55% of the vote in, and you can see that Donald Trump is leading the vice president there by 3 percentage points. Let's go to the map on cspan.org/results, and you can see where the votes are coming in. Largely red at the bottom of the state, in the middle, and at the top. That is more of the rural areas of Pennsylvania. As we said before, though, there could be a red mirage happening here until these large counties around Philly and Pittsburgh, when they start reporting later on in the evening, and then we will see what happens with the percentage is between these two candidates. Let's go back to some more results out of Pennsylvania, the Senate race there, because this is also a competitive one as well. And just to give you an update on those numbers, 56% of the vote in, and this is where it stands. 49.2% for Dave McCormick, the Republican, who's challenging Democratic incumbent Senator Bob Casey with 48.3%. This is tight, and it'll likely stay that way. Let's also talk about some competitive House races in Pennsylvania, starting with District 7. This is called the swingiest district. NBC News reported it could determine which party controls the House next year, if not the White House. Susan Wild is running for a 4th term, and in 2022, she defeated her opponent 51 to 49% in what was the most expensive race in the state of Pennsylvania last time around. Let's look at House District 8 tonight and see where this stands. With 72% of the vote in, you can see that the Democratic incumbent, Matt Cartwright, is leading slightly over the Republican challenger. He's used to competitive, close races and winning. He began his career in Congress in 2013. Finally, let's look at Pennsylvania's 10th congressional district. This is another competitive one that we're keeping our eye on. In mid-October, the Cook Political Report moved the race between GOP incumbent Scott Perry and the Democratic challenger there from lean R to toss-up. In 2022, Perry won re-election by 8 points. The leadership in both parties have been in this district campaigning, hoping to pick up this seat in order to get the majority. So this hotly contested House race is one to watch.
Greta, thank you. We will be back to get more election results as we go, and you can do this yourself. You can chart them as we go throughout the evening at cspan.org/results. You will find a national map there. And if you click on any individual state, you will find a county-by-county map there with real-time election results. All the dark red states that you see there have been called for Donald Trump. All the dark blue states that you see there have been called for Kamala Harris. The light blue and the light red are current voting patterns in those states. They have not been called at this point. And if you've been watching this, you can see that Virginia flipped from light red to light blue as more votes came in for Kamala Harris. Evan McMorris-Santoro, when Greta was talking about Pennsylvania, what were you hearing about the voting patterns? And I also wanted to ask about all the early votes, the mail-in votes that have already come in. Do you know, have we counted those? There's 80 million people across the nation that voted early in this election.
That's right. In some cases, yes. In some cases, we're going to be waiting, right? That's the answer to all of this, right? You look at these numbers. We are looking at even these races, these House races, where we're seeing 55%. We're seeing more results come in, but there's still more numbers to come in when these, these patterns are, when these elections are very close. It's hard to say. So I get nervous about the Pennsylvania thing only because all the money in the world is spent there, all the effort has been spent there, and like everybody sort of needs to get a chance to show all that they can do, I think, before I can really say anything definitively. But there's something interesting that I've picked up on that I think we've heard in the callers, and I think we're seeing in some of these results, which is that we have this fascinating thing going on with Trump this cycle, which that he is running as a non-consecutive incumbent, right? And it hasn't happened since Grover Cleveland, right? Very rare in American history. And despite the fact that, this is an incumbent president with a record that was like not, the voters threw him out, right? They didn't like what he did when he was president. So, I mean, a majority of them, right? Obviously, many Americans really did. He's able to sort of, you're hearing from some of these callers, you're seeing some of these results that he's been able to sort of run as a challenger because he's been out and coming back in. People talk about change agent, and they're voting for a guy that's already been president, and maybe some of them voted against in 2020. It's a really fascinating dynamic. It'll be interesting to see how what we're hearing from callers and what we're seeing in some of these early results, how they play out across the entire spectrum here, because that is kind of exactly what Trump wanted it to be. He wanted to say, like, I am a change. I'm a different kind of person. I can get you something different than you're seeing now. And he wanted people who wanted change to go for him. Whereas Harris was talking a lot about, look at me, I'm a historic candidate. You've never seen a candidate like me before this close to the presidency. I'm obviously different in a lot of ways. I'm the change agent. If Trump is sort of picking up that mantle, that's a very good sign for him.
Next call is Noah in Furlong, Pennsylvania, a Kamala Harris supporter. Noah, why did you call in? Tell us what you want to talk about.
Hi, my name is Noah. I just wanted to talk about why I voted for Kamala. I am fiscally Republican, and morally, I'm more on the Democratic side. I'm looking to buy an apartment at some point soon, so, fiscally that would make sense for me. But I think this time the morals outweighed that with Kamala, regarding abortion. I find it interesting that a regular citizen with one felony cannot vote, but one who is convicted of multiple is able to run for president. And so that's kind of just what I'm running off of.
Noah, where is Furlong, Pennsylvania?
Furlong, Pennsylvania is in Bucks County, Pennsylvania.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
That's an important county, Bucks County. That's an important voter you just heard from there. That's the kind of voter that Harris wants to hear from. Bucks County is one of those ones where it's like, Bucks County, tell me everything. And that is so that's very important to get that information. That's very interesting to hear him say that.
Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Another look at the battleground states. We'll begin with Michigan. Want to check in on this and see where the race is at. 29% of the vote in, 49.3% for the former president, while the vice president trails him ever so slightly at 48.9% of the vote. Moving on to Wisconsin in the Badger State. And you can see here in Wisconsin that 54% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is also ahead there slightly in Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, as we said, this is the most crucial of all the battleground states. 58% of the vote in, and the former president is leading there as well. We will see as the bigger counties start to report around Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania if he can hold on to that lead. Let's go to the Tar Heel state of North Carolina and check in on that. 84% of the vote in so far, and the former president is leading there too. He won North Carolina in previous election cycles. Let's go to Georgia, the Peach State. 16 electoral votes here. And right now, 51.2% for Donald Trump, 48.1% for Kamala Harris. 88% of the vote is in. Here is Greg Bluestein, who reports for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, reporting Fulton County started to be tabulated around 8 o'clock, Georgia's most populous county. And Biden won 73% of Fulton's vote in 2020. Harris, he said then, is on a similar track with half the county's precincts reporting. That was earlier tonight from Greg Bluestein. Back to the battleground states, and let's go to Arizona. The polls closing there recently, 50% of the vote in, and look at that. It's a dead heat in Arizona. Peter?
Evan McMorris Santoro is with Notice. He's a reporter with News of the United States, Notice. Greta was talking about Michigan. So I went to cspan.org/results, pulled up the map, clicked on Michigan, and went county by county. And you look at this, and you can see that Oakland County, which is a big county, 63% of the votes are in, 53-44 Kamala Harris. But 1% from Wayne County has been counted. And that's Detroit.
That's the vote basket. That's where they get them from.
And that will go to Kamala Harris.
Also, people in the state told me, I spent a lot of time in the state this year, and people, Grand Rapids is what, that Kent County is what they're really interested in out there.
Kent is currently 31%. Kamala Harris, 64%. Donald Trump, 33%.
Interesting. I mean,
and that's Gerald Ford's old stomping
ground. That's right. It's where the Gerald Ford Museum is, actually. Yeah. I've stopped by there several times, and I suggest everybody who goes to Grand Rapids do it. It's a very interesting museum. The interesting thing about Grand Rapids is it's a traditional place that Trump ends his campaigns. He had his last rally there last night. He had his last rally there in 2020, and I was there when he had his last rally in 2016. And this was a night when people thought that it would, the conventional wisdom, the smart money was that this was a really silly idea that this guy is going to Grand Rapids, Michigan, on his last campaign stop of the night. And of course, he came out and he won Michigan. So I mean, this is like a very important. That state's so important. Again, we're waiting for so many numbers to come in. You mentioned Wayne County not being in yet. That could change a lot of dynamics. But just looking at Michigan, we're looking at Michigan. We're looking at Michigan. I got a little deja vu there thinking about that.
Next call is Roy in Pineland, Texas. Roy, what's on your mind this evening?
How's it going? I'm a lifelong Democrat. My dad was retired right before 9/11 and called back into active duty service when 9/11 happened. We moved to Fort Sill, Oklahoma, and he was the type that flew an upside-down flag on his bumper when I was, during the Iraq War invasion and stuff. Very unpopular, walked the cat on a leash. Anyways, so lifelong Democrat. So my most recent votes have been Obama 2012, Bernie in the Democratic primary, and
Joe Biden?
No. What's her name? Sorry, Hillary Clinton, then Trump, and then Trump again. So 2024, I voted for Trump, and I never thought I would be a Trump-trained person until we got here. I really think that Kamala Harris just is a pawn of the war machine, just kind of a mindless person that's willing to toe the line for the military-industrial complex. I really fear for the future of our country if she continues on and gets this election. I really worry significantly. I saw many veterans just kind of grapple with what it was like to watch a global war on terror play out, and then watch the botched withdrawal from Afghanistan, and see how I hate to say it, but the current commander-in-chief with dementia, obviously, we can all see it. This guy is currently the president of the United States. He has Alzheimer's, but anyone.
All right. Hey, Roy, I wanted to ask you, how did you vote in the Senate race in Texas? Ted Cruz or Colin Allred?
For Ted Cruz, for sure, because Colin Allred is just, he's another grifter. He's another one of these people that's just, he's trying to pull the strings of the women in the state on abortion. I think it was very rightly decided to leave it up to the states, let everybody vote in their respective states on that issue. It'll land how it lands. And ultimately, there's nothing in the Constitution that speaks to the right to murder your baby. So we need a constitutional amendment if the country wants to address that.
That's Roy in Pineland, Texas. Greta Bronner, what do you got?
We'll give Roy an update on that Texas Senate race in a minute, but let's begin with the Iowa presidential contest. We talked about Ann Seltzer's poll that found that this could be competitive, with the vice president leading in her poll by 3 points. Now, that was within the margin of error, but look, the Associated Press says that the former president wins this state. 56% of the vote in, so those margins are going to change as more of the votes go in, but the Associated Press putting the check next to the former president's name in Iowa. So those 6 electoral votes go to the former president. Moving on to Kansas, the Associated Press has also called a winner here. 71% of the vote is in. And look at the former president's lead over the vice president in Kansas. Let's go on to a governor's race. There were 11 governor's races this cycle. In the state of New Hampshire, the former Senator Kelly Ayotte running for the governor's seat, and she gets it tonight. She's the winner from the Associated Press, 52 to 45% over the Democratic opponent there. Last, let's talk about that Senate Texas race and look at where it stands right now. 72% of the vote in, and look at Senator Ted Cruz's lead over the Congressman Colin Allred. From the Texas Tribune, they reported, based on early voting returns, Tarrant County, Texas's biggest purple county, seems to be returning to the Republican red column. If you want to look at Tarrant County or any other county in Texas, go to our website, cspan.org/results, and you can dig into those Texas results in that Senate race. Peter?
Greta, thank you. Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice is here on the set with us for a little while longer, I hope. Yeah. Mr. McMorris Santoro, what did you hear from Greta?
Evan, please. Look, polls are wrong. This is the reason why, you wait to see the results. That Ann Seltzer poll, I think, she is a very highly regarded pollster. And it also, it's important to remember that it fit into an existing narrative of the campaign that made a lot of sense to a lot of people. But nobody thought that Iowa, if it hadn't been for this Ann Seltzer poll, which is, just a single poll, right? This would not be a result that anybody would even be thinking about, because this is like, no one thought it was on the map at all, and then it was, and now it's not. So that, I mean, it's not a huge change in terms of like what the presidential map is or the math. Again, Wisconsin is like really important for that. But it is a thing where it's like it's just so helpful to remember that as we all watch these elections, and we all watch all the chatter around the elections, and we all watch all the things that everybody looks at to predict the elections, that they are wrong. Sometimes those things are wrong. And that is why you need to wait till the votes are counted before you make broad pronouncements about what they mean.
And as you recall, Donald Trump last week stopped in Albuquerque on his way to Nevada and Arizona and did a big rally. Currently in New Mexico, 65% of the vote counted. Kamala Harris, 53%. Donald Trump, 45%.
So it's sort of the opposite Iowa, right? It's not happening down there either.
Exactly.
Right.
Well, we are rejoined by Kirk Beto, who is editor-in-chief of the Hotline. He was doing some of his own work for the past hour or so. Mr. Beto, first of all, give us an overall sense of what you're seeing tonight.
Well, what I've been doing the last hour is just the day job. This is the real deal here with you guys right now. What we're seeing right now is Harris's path looking increasingly narrow right now in terms of the path to the White House and maybe even the popular vote as well. And that's important because a lot of those races for the House are going to run through blue states like California and New York. And if Trump's running up the numbers in those states, then the path back to the House majority for Democrats also gets increasingly narrow. But we haven't had a whole lot of competitive race calls yet in the House. It's still way too early. So we're waiting for more results here right now. But it's looking not as encouraging for House Democrats as it was at the start of the night or even the last week here, where it did seem like the race for the House was shifting towards Democrats. But this underperformance by Harris does not portend well for House Democrats.
Well, in about 10 minutes, the polls close in Washington, Oregon, and California. Kirk Beto, I want to talk about some of the California races specifically that are competitive. Let's begin with California 13.
Well, California 13, John Duarte, he was our most vulnerable member of the California delegation in our last rankings of the 20 races most likely to flip. This is a blue seat that Biden carried at a pretty healthy margin here. Adam Gray, the 2023 nominee, the Democrat, is back again. When we did these rankings about 2 weeks ago, we considered him still the favorite. Now, we're going to have to wait a very long time, maybe a week or so, for California to count all their ballots. But if Democrats want a path back to the House majority, they really have to knock off freshman John Duarte right now.
And California 22 incumbent David Valadao.
Now, 22 is a really interesting situation here. It's David Valadao. He's also facing another retread candidate in Rudy Salas. Valadao is a tough out for Democrats. He's one of the 10 House Republicans who voted to impeach former President Trump, and he's just he's battle tested. He survived Republican challengers, he survived Democratic challengers, and a really tough re-election, and frankly a top 2 primary last cycle. He actually fell off our list of 20 races most likely to flip last time, and of all those kind of California competitive seats right now, that one and maybe California 41, where Ken Calvert, are maybe just outside the reach for House Democrats right now, especially if these national trends we're seeing right now of Harris underperforming in some of these areas hold in California as well.
Yeah, Mike Garcia is in California 27. Do you know offhand what area of the state that's in?
Yeah, I believe that's Los Angeles County where Mike Garcia is, and that's a very expensive media market. Mike Garcia has faced the same Democratic opponent for 3 elections in a row, from the special election to replace former Rep. Katie Hill that he won all the way back in 2020. Through the regular 2020 election and in 2022. He's got a real opponent right now, one that national Democrats got behind early in George Whitesides. He's very well funded. He's been able to get on the expensive media market in the Los Angeles area there. And he's probably the second most vulnerable member of the California Republican delegation behind John Duarte. Again, if Democrats want a feasible path back to the majority, they have to beat Duarte and they have to beat Garcia, who for a lot of this cycle, it looked like he was on borrowed time because he had a more legitimate, more well-funded opponent this time who wasn't prone to the same gaffes that Christy Smith, the Democratic nominee for the past 3 elections, was. But again, with the way the national trends are shifting right now away from Harris, it's going to be tough to predict what's going on in these races right now.
Kirk Beto, 2 Southern California races, Michelle Steele in Orange County, and Ken Calvert, who is in Riverside, San Bernardino, right?
Right, and the Steele race is really interesting. It's a race that got online pretty late in the game here. She's facing Derek Tran in a seat that has a huge Asian American population, and race and identity has become a real dividing line in that race. Derek Tran, who's from Vietnamese descent, has been not on air, but doing targeted mailers and outreach to all the different minority communities in that area, from the sizable Korean population to the sizable Vietnamese population. And it's been really effective, so much so that Michelle Steele, in a local news interview, went on to defend that she's who's immigrated from Korea, is actually more representative of the Vietnamese people living in the district than Derek Tran. So it's one that a lot of multiculturalism is really playing into this this contest here. And in fact, it actually appeared on our 20 races of House races most likely to flip for the first time, because House Republicans are getting increasingly worried about her ability to hold on to that seat.
Kirk Beto, we appreciate, as always, your time and your analysis. Evan McMorris Santoro, what do you want to add to what Kirk had to say?
Amazing. I love everything Kirk says. He's great. No, but he's talking about this idea that we're seeing this national numbers, which we were talking about before, about the underperformance of Harris in places that they needed it, or overperformance of Trump in places that some folks were not expecting, but that the Republicans needed it. These numbers seem to be sort of circling that direction, right? We're still waiting for all these results to come in, but it is not, you know, the trends are not suggesting that the Democrats pulled off what was really, if you think about it, one of the more wild presidential attempts that have been made, right? You had an incumbent president who was very unpopular, who had that, you know, very rough debate in June, which we've never had before. Then replaced very rapidly by a vice president who came in and had a very short campaign season. She sort of had to both sell herself, she had to introduce herself and sell herself, right? The night's not over yet. We don't know how that's going to end up. But the fact that like that may not have been as successful as people in the Democratic Party were hoping, when you kind of unpack it and think about just what a wild ride it has been to get to this point, it's not that surprising that it has been pretty bumpy as well for the Democrats. I mean, this is people who had to sort of, they turned on their own president. They had to bring somebody else in. And right now, we're still seeing what the hell is going to play out. But as Kirk is talking about, there may be down ballot effects from the fact that like this may have been a Hail Mary pass that just did not connect.
Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Let's go to the map at cspan.org/results and look at the so-called blue wall. That's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. It's all faint red at this moment. So let's check in with on the latest results in those states, beginning with Wisconsin. The state of Wisconsin, 57% of the vote in, 10 electoral votes at stake, and this is where the race stands at this point. The former president in the lead over the vice president. Moving on to Michigan. And again, here, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris in this contest in Michigan, 15 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, the third brick in Democrats' blue wall, 19 electoral college votes, 67% of the vote in, and the former president is leading.
Next call is Chris in New York City. Chris, go ahead, please.
Hey, good evening. Thanks to everyone both on the camera and behind the camera. It takes a lot to put this kind of program together tonight.
Chris, what's on your mind? What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I voted for Vice President Kamala Harris in this election, and I think in many cases this wouldn't have been a difficult decision at all. I find myself considerably to the left of Vice President Harris on several issues, but as an American who has spent his whole life kind of waiting for the privilege to vote, the elections I've been exposed to have really kind of underscored just what a critical threat to everything America represents that Donald Trump has both promised to be, in some cases has attempted to be, and in other cases has followed through on those promises. I personally think that he kind of represents the sort of duplicitous, self-interested, wealthy individuals that most people hold a disdain for New Yorkers. So to see him kind of taking a lead, at least in some of these early battleground states tonight, it's a difficult situation to see kind of unfold again. I think.
Chris, what are the issues, if you say you're to the left of Kamala Harris, what are the issues of concern to you?
Yeah, I think personally, as we look at the recovery in our economy over the last few years, the Democrats didn't necessarily do a great job of owning this recovery because I think in many instances there's been underlying shifts to the left, and they don't want to necessarily alienate too many of their own voters. But at the same time, the recovery in this economy is one that's mostly for those who already had money before the downturn. You've heard several voters call in tonight talking about the effects of inflation, and that's a very real issue for many people. In New York, where I live, rent, as in many places, has gone up, and the prospect of homeownership has faded for so many more Americans coming into adulthood. On the matter of Israel, I think it's a question of to what extent should Americans be involved, and more people would prefer a greater level of involvement in some aspects, but I'm not really sure that the current administration has really made it clear just how involved America is in the Middle East today.
Chris, we appreciate your time. It is just after 11 o'clock here on the East Coast, and the West Coast polls have closed. Washington, Oregon, and California are just closing, and we have an update from Greta Brawner.
Yeah, races have been called in California. Let's begin there. The Associated Press, even polls just closing there, and Vice President Kamala Harris will pick up those 54 electoral votes. Moving on to the state of Idaho. This has also been called this evening for President Donald Trump, the former president there. Will win the state of Idaho. And then finally, Washington State, the Associated Press is declaring a winner there. 12 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris will pick them up. We also want to give you an update from Patricia Murphy, who reports for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. This is around 10:52 tonight. Breaking, she says, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger predicts that Georgia will go for Donald Trump. Quote, if you look at who's leading the race right now, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. It looks like this is done, said the Secretary of State. Peter?
Dan is calling in from Bel Air, Maryland. He is a Trump supporter. Dan, please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
Can you hear me?
We're listening. Please go ahead.
I voted for Trump, and I voted for Trump because of Biden's policies. And I thought that inflation was bad under Biden, and I didn't get any financial aid for college under his college aid plan. And I could have used the extra cash from that to buy a new car, like a Hellcat or something, because I don't like my car currently.
We'll leave it there, Dan, and go on to Steve in Anaheim, California. Steve, what made you call in tonight, and what's this election season been like for you?
It's been a real headache, Peter. I'm just glad it's over. I thought I'd just call in and say hello to you and Greta. I got a question for your guest, by the way. Evan, or Kevin, I believe your name is.
Evan.
Oh, Evan, that's right. Evan mixed something. I can't pick a name, guy.
The K is silent. We're good.
Yeah, I know. I just been a long day. But anyway, you've got like 21 people that actually are the major donors to all these campaigns. So is anybody investigating actually, how these people are getting their money or where they're giving their money to? And are these the new oligarchs that we have to worry about in the future?
And we'll get an answer in just a minute, Steve. Steve, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear my connection here is spotty as well.
Okay. What do you do in Anaheim, and why has it been a long campaign season for you?
I'm actually retired, Peter. I've been retired for a while. I'm just living off of my investments. Everybody keeps saying that the rich don't pay their fair share, but I'm paying 33%, taxes. So, I don't know where they get off saying that we're not paying our fair share. You've got to make at least $500,000 in this country to live. Half of it goes to taxes and half of it can go to investments. I really feel sorry for the younger generation because these two parties have really made a mess of the country. As far as who I voted for Bernie Sanders, so I can have a clear conscience for the next 4 years. January is when they're going to have to deal with the budget, and oh my God, that's going to be a mess because the Democrats have increased the amount of spending, which has brought more debt to it. Then we got the wars over in the Middle East, where they can give Israel almost $3 trillion, but they can't give black people reparations. So, yeah, I don't know. I've just been tired of listening to the ads, the attack ads, people running on, campaign promises, no solutions, and no clear vision. Sorry about that. Okay, bye.
No, thanks for calling in. It's good to hear from you. Thank you for calling in. Evan, we will come back to you for an answer from Steve after we talk to Greta.
Let's check in on the battleground states, beginning with Wisconsin. Want to show you and Evan and our viewers where we're at right now. 61% of the vote in, 10 electoral votes. And again, as we've been noting here, the former president in the lead in Wisconsin, as well as the other so-called blue wall states. Moving on to Michigan, it's the same thing there. As we noted, 28% of the vote in. Still a long way to go. As you and Evan have been talking about, more of the vote has to come in, but you can see where the state of the race is right now. Let's go to Pennsylvania and give you an update there. 19 electoral votes, 72% of the vote in, and the former president is in the lead. In North Carolina, in the Tar Heel state, 16 electoral votes at stake, 87% of the vote in, and Donald Trump also in the lead by a little bit less than 2 percentage points. And in Georgia, as we said, the Secretary of State told reporters that he believes that the former president will win the state of Georgia. 90% of the votes are in. We're almost there, just missing that 10%. And he is in the lead there by nearly 2 percentage points. Let's go to Arizona. And this is part of the Sun Belt swing states, Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia. They were the Sun Belt swing states. 50% of the vote in, 11 electoral votes, and you can see 0.2 percentage points separates these two candidates. Peter, let's go to Bernie Moreno. He's coming out in Ohio, talking to supporters there. This is that Ohio Senate race, challenging Sherrod Brown. Let's listen in.
Today starts a new wave. We talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage, and we're tired of being treated like garbage. You know, my opponent talked a lot about helping the working man, and I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to dictate to the whole country what our emission standards are. We're going to dictate that at the federal level, and we're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world, will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country, just know you have a senator in me and a Republican Party that will always have your back. And we got rid of Chuck Schumer tonight, but pretty soon we're going to get rid of another couple people that need to be gone. First among them, Randy Weingarten should start packing her bags. Because what we need in this country is school choice for all Americans. And then as I look at my children, I've blessed with 4 kids. And by the way, can we give my wife an amazing round of applause, please? Thank you, Bridget. Bridget. Look, we need to make certain that we honor teachers, They're doing great work in every corner of the country. Teachers are our front line. Unfortunately, they have a teachers union that doesn't care about them. We're going to make certain we empower teachers to teach our kids what they need to do. And that means getting the federal government out of the way and allowing states to take on responsibility. And finally, I'm going to say this. We're $36 trillion in debt. This is not sustainable. We cannot continue on this fiscal path. What we're going to do is massively reduce the size and scale of the federal government, and we're going to do it from Congress, because it's Congress that has the power of the purse. Now that starts by getting rid of agencies that we don't need, relocating them out of Washington, D.C. We're going to have a bold and ambitious agenda for the Republican Party. And I know that President Trump is going to bring greatness back to this country unlike anything we've ever seen. So President Trump, if you're watching, thank you. Thank you for being decisive in my primary. Thank you for being the greatest president of my generation. And thank you for the sacrifices that you've made for this country. This country owes Donald J. Trump a debt of gratitude. And to Senator J.D. Vance, Ohio loves you, man. Ohio loves you. I love you. Look, I cannot think of a more brilliant pick than when President Trump selected J.D. Vance. I know J.D., let me just tell you, he's a great man. He is going to be an incredible vice president. I can't wait to have him leave his office so I can be the senior senator from Ohio. I also just got off the phone with my friend Jim Jordan. Jim is a great human being, a great power here in Ohio. Jim Jordan, thank you so much for what you've done. I'd also like to thank my campaign team. We built the greatest campaign team out there, and if you're watching this and you want to go to Washington, D.C., and you're from Ohio, and you want to go down there to make a difference, let's talk tomorrow. Let's talk tomorrow. Because we're going to build an incredible campaign incredible Senate operation, an incredible constituent services operation, because I believe that people who pay taxes deserve a government that works for them. And then finally, let me just say to my kids, thank you so much for being on this journey with us. You know, I have absolutely been blessed by God Almighty with an amazing wife, amazing kids, 3 amazing grandkids. But I want to introduce you to my extended family, because as I like to say, we're overperforming Catholics. So I'm going to bring my siblings, if I can bring my siblings up on stage. Where are they? They're all over here. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm going to say one last thing. You know,
and we are live on election night at C-SPAN in Washington, D.C. That was Bernie Moreno. That race has not been declared yet. He is running against Sherrod Brown, but he seems to think that he has a path to victory. So that was his talk to his supporters. It is 11:15 here on the East Coast, and we will be with you for the next 12 hours or so live, getting election results. Joining us here on our set is Evan McMorris Santoro. He is with Notice. That is News of the United States. He is a reporter with them, and we appreciate him being here. We've been joined throughout the evening by Kirk Beto. He is editor-in-chief of Hotline, and he may have a chance to come back and join us as well. And, of course, Greta Bronner of C-SPAN is with us, and Greta has an update for us.
Let's start with that Ohio Senate race. We just heard Bernie Moreno speaking, and as you said, he thinks he has a path to victory. The Associated Press has not called this race yet. 89% of the vote in. You can see he has a 5-point lead over Democratic incumbent Sherrod Brown. Moving on to the state of Pennsylvania and the Senate race there, want to give you an update here. 75% of the vote in. And Dave McCormick is leading incumbent Democratic Senator Bob Casey, a slight lead over the incumbent. And then in the state of Michigan, this is an open seat. Debbie Stabenow left this, 31% of the vote in. Mike Rogers is now in the lead over Alyssa Slotkin there by nearly four percentage points. Let's check in on Texas here. This has not been called by the Associated Press. 74% of the vote in, and you can see Senator Ted Cruz has a good margin right now with 74% of the vote in. But Associated Press has not called this in the red column yet. And then let's go to Wisconsin. This one, a very tight race tonight. Tammy Baldwin seeking a third term. She's trying to win over, keep the seat in the Democratic column so that Democrats retain the majority in the Senate, 65% of the vote in, and this is neck and neck still. And we'll go to Arizona as well. Check in on this Senate race. This is an open seat, independent. Kyrsten Sinema decided not to run. We talked about how expensive this race was, hundreds of millions of dollars. You can see here Ruben Gallego with a good lead right now over Kari Lake with 50% of the vote in. The other crucial contest in the Senate is that Montana Senate race. We want to check in on that one tonight. Jon Tester running for a fourth term. Used to close elections here. Look at it right now, though. Tim Sheehy, the Republican, with a sizable lead, 6% of the vote in, though. So we'll see those numbers change because only 6% of the vote in. As we said, Jon Tester used to close races. In 2006, he won by 0.9%. In 2012, 3.7%. 2018, his last contest, he won by 3.5%. And then in the state of Nebraska, this is a race that people were not expecting to be competitive. Dan Osborne, an independent, a union worker who says he will not caucus with either party, is in a dead heat right now with incumbent Senator Deb Fischer, the Republican. She has won by double digits in previous cycles. And look how tight this is with nearly 60% of the vote in. Peter?
Greta Bronner, thank you. Both of our mouths kind of dropped when we saw the Deb Fischer Nebraska race.
This is
59% of the vote was in there.
This, again, nothing, it hasn't been called, it's not in yet, but this is one of those sleeper races where it has been a very fascinating race out there. This Osborne, a union leader who ran as this independent, who spoke about he's going to, he's not going to caucus with anybody, be some kind of true independent. He did get support from Democrats. Democrats did sort of help him. They want, not officially, but you could see that Democrats were hoping that he would win, right? They like this idea. But he really has eschewed a lot of that and gone his own way, and he's really plugged in with this new labor movement led by guys like Sean Fain at the UAW. It's a long way to go, but this is a really surprising result.
And we will keep an eye on that, but Greta Bronner has results.
Yeah, we have a call in the battleground state of North Carolina. The Associated Press puts this in the Republican column. The former president winning North Carolina again, 16 electoral votes for him tonight. Peter?
Let's go to Ryan. Ryan is in Laramie, Wyoming. And Ryan, what made you call in to C-SPAN tonight? What did you want to tell us?
Well, I called in today because, I really appreciate you guys keeping a neutral opinion on the coverage of this election. I know there's certain media sources that like to lean right and lean left. So right off the top, I just want to thank you guys for that. But going forward, I abstained this year in the election. My 2 points were the economy and healthcare. I think fiscally we'll be better off with Trump in office for the economy, but his stance on healthcare I don't really align with. And then, with Kamala Harris, I know she wants to expand the ACA and expand certain benefits within Medicare, but I don't think that's quite enough. I'm more of a supporter for a national health care where the federal government can dictate prices for all the diagnosis codes that are submitted by the physicians. And that's my 2 cents. And I couldn't really decide between the two and didn't really want to pick, one of the 2 poisons.
Ryan, what do you do in Laramie?
I work in tech, work for a EHR company, electronic health record company out here. So I'm in the industry of healthcare.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your calling in. Evan McMorris Santoro, when Greta was going through the results a little bit earlier, the Senate results, they kind of mirrored what we're seeing in the presidential level. Dave McCormick ahead. in Pennsylvania, same with Mike Rogers in Michigan and Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. And where is the path to victory when we look at the individual counties? What's the path to victory for both the Democratic Senate candidates and Kamala Harris?
Well, as we mentioned, the AP has not called Georgia, as far as I know, but Brad Raffensperger came out and said he's going to call Georgia, right? So we don't know what the answer is there. If the Georgia is true and it's a Trump state, and North Carolina is a Trump state, as it's been called now, then Harris has really got to run that blue wall out. That's what she has to. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. She's got to get those three. And actually, as you've been talking throughout the night, and things have sort of become, I mentioned that narrowing path. I actually obtained an email just recently from O'Malley Dillon, the vice president's campaign manager.
Jen O'Malley Dillon.
Yeah, sent out to campaign team, the aides, throughout the campaign, and they're saying the same thing. They're saying that we've known all along the Sun Belt was going to be tough. Then Dr. Clinton from Sun Belt said we've known all along that our clearest path to 270 lies through the blue wall states. They say they feel good about what they're seeing. They talk about
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
That's correct. They say that in Pennsylvania, they don't have Election Day results from Philadelphia yet, but they feel like they did well in their turnout operation. Outside of Philadelphia, they have limited data, but they do believe that what they do have is tracking expectations. They're awaiting results and hoping for more time and waiting for things to come in. In Michigan, we both have talked about this. Wayne County, we're waiting for a big vote to come in. Hasn't come in yet. They're like, chill out. We're waiting to see what happens with that. Wisconsin, which is to me tonight as we're watching, the one I've been most intrigued by. They say there's a significant vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee, and we're seeing signs of strong performance in those WOW counties that are those suburban counties. And we don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow between 3 and 5 a.m. So, if Pennsylvania is gone by then, it doesn't really matter what Wisconsin is. If we're waiting, if she gets Pennsylvania, if Harris somehow, if Harris wins Pennsylvania, then we may wait for that 3 to 5 days, see what happens in Wisconsin. But that is what the Harris campaign is currently saying internally and releasing to reporters and talking about what they're doing.
Evan.
Wise, get out the vote wise during the day today in Pennsylvania. We're waiting to see how those results come in. That's what they're saying right now with those states. But of course, we're waiting, for Nevada and other states to come in. But that's the state of things as of like 30.
85% of the vote is in. 74% went to Kamala Harris at this point, but 85% of the vote is in. Pardon me, Milwaukee County, 54% of the vote is in, 67% to Kamala Harris. So there's maybe a bigger load of votes in Milwaukee County than there is in Dane County.
Sure. I don't know if this is right. I'm telling you what the campaign is. I think it's unclear what, we don't really know. Obviously, we're waiting for votes to come in. This is that thing where this is what the campaign is saying to itself and speaking about to itself. But I think it speaks to that conversation we had earlier about this narrowing path.
Let's check in with Greta Brawner again.
Let's start with that Wisconsin Senate race that you guys were just talking about and see where it's at right now. Let's look at the percentage of the vote in first. 66% of the vote in, and the former president is leading. As you were talking about, Peter, if you go to the map of Wisconsin, there's a large percentage of the vote that still has to come in from Milwaukee and Madison. the email that that Evan was just referring to. Peter, back to you.
I'm going to cut you off there because Sherrod Brown, Senator from Ohio, just stepped to the podium.
Tonight I'm sad, but I'm never giving up, and neither is Connie.
No way.
In the light of day, I know most of you are never giving up either. I'll close the same way I've closed pretty much every speech in my career fighting for Ohio, because the values I fight for have not changed. They will never change. On my lapel, I wear this pin, depicting a canary in her birdcage. You might have heard this before. It was given to me decades ago by a steel worker at a Workers' Memorial Day rally in Lorraine. You know the story. At the turn of the century, coal miners took the canary down in the mines with them to warn them of poisonous gas. The mine worker in those days knew he didn't have a union strong enough or a government that cared enough to look out for him. He was on his own. Over the last century and a half, we have done so much to change that. All of those fights required going up against powerful special interests. I think about the lesson that any union organizer knows. They don't just give you fair wages, safe workplaces, good benefits. They don't just give it to you. You go out and take it. That's how progress has always worked in this country. Wall Street and corporations just didn't say one day, you know, people work so hard out there, we ought to have Social Security, and we ought to have an 8-hour day and time and a half and a ban on child labor. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, and we got it. And the big insurance companies just didn't all of a sudden say, you know, a lot of people are sick. We ought to provide seniors health care. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, and we got Medicare. And in the 1960s, a bunch of segregationist Southern senators didn't just decide one day, you know, everybody ought to be able to vote in this country. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, and we got voting rights. And then last year, politicians didn't all of a sudden say, you know, we really ought to stop interfering in women's personal health care decisions. Of course not. We fought for abortion rights in Ohio, we demanded it, and we got it. In all those fights, progress didn't happen on its own. We know there are so many fights still ahead. When I first came to the Senate, like all new senators, they gave me one of those really expensive, fancy pieces of jewelry. You could kind of walk around, I'm a senator, I'm a big deal. I wore it for a couple days, but it just didn't feel right, so I took it off and I put my canary pin back on. And I've worn that canary pin every day since. So tonight, nothing changes. I don't take off this pin. I'm not giving up on our fight for workers, and I know you won't either. Thank you.
And that was Sherrod Brown in Ohio, conceding to Bernie Moreno, who is the new senator-elect, the Republican from Ohio, joining current Senator J.D. Vance, who is obviously the vice presidential nominee in Ohio. So those are the two new senators, or the new senator from Ohio. We are here live in Washington, D.C. on election night. We will be here all night and all morning up until noon tomorrow, live, taking your calls, hearing your voices, giving you the results, analysis without spin, and of course, all of the candidate speeches as we go through the evening. 202 is the area code. If you would like to participate in our conversation this evening, 748-8920, if you're a supporter of Kamala Harris. If you support Donald Trump, 202-748-8921. All others, 202-748-8922. And if you want to send a text message talking about election night, the issues of concern to you, what you think of the candidates, what the process for voting was like, or any other analysis you want to do, 202-748-8903. That is a text message line only, first name and city as you go. So let's hear from Alex in Salt Lake City. Alex, what is on your mind tonight, and what made you call in?
Oh, hey, I called in because I wanted to talk about the two little problems that I have, and the reason why I voted for Trump in the first place. There's this just ginormous issue with economy and education in America lately, where, like, schools aren't really teaching the practical information or the necessary things that human beings need to grow and learn. And not only that, it's also ludicrously unaffordable. It's really hard to even get into schools, like not even just colleges, but high schools, elementary schools. The payment it's been really bad, considering that toll on the toll on the economy with the inflation. And inflation has got so bad you can't even go to the store anymore and like get normal beers or some food or anything like that without spending like $50 or $100 for something so small.
And Alex, you think that a change in party in the presidency can impact that?
Yeah, I think that Trump is probably the best choice, because when Trump was in office previously, the economy wasn't as just insanely terrible as it was with Mr. Biden in office. It was just Biden made the economy just tank, and the gas was going crazy. I work and live out of a vehicle, so I need gas in order to live, basically.
Now, what do you mean you work and live out of a vehicle?
I live alone in an RV, and I've been across the places, but I don't move all that much because I can't afford gas anymore.
All right. Alex, thank you for calling in from Salt Lake City. Greta Bronner is with us all evening as well, and she has an update.
Well, let's talk about that Ohio race. You just heard the incumbent there, Sherrod Brown, who was seeking a fourth term. In his speech, the Associated Press has called Bernie Moreno the winner there in Ohio. That means Republicans have picked up a second seat tonight, first in West Virginia with Jim Justice, and now in Ohio. So it looks, if everything holds, it looks like Republicans will have the majority in the Senate. There's more races to be called. Follow the balance of power on the side of your screen all night long. Also, you can dig into the Senate races if you go to cspan.org/results. Another call for you in the Senate Virginia race, Tim Kaine seeking a third term, and he gets it tonight. The Associated Press gives him the check mark with 79% of the vote in. Peter?
Michael is in San Rafael, California. Kamala Harris supporter. Michael, good evening to you. Please tell us what's on your mind.
Hello.
Michael?
To me, Marco Berti. I called, and there's a long time that I'm on the phone. First, I want to apologize for my English is not very well. It's 30 years I live in this country, I never lost
Michael,
my
I'm going to have to put you on hold one more second. Two things. I promise you we will not hang up on you. We will not hang up. We will want to hear you. But I need you to turn down the volume on your TV. And now we also want to go hear from Dave McCormick, the Republican candidate for Senate in Pennsylvania. He's coming out.
By about 100,000 votes. He's leading Casey 49.7 to 47.8. Now, I mean, folks, we are so excited. We are going to make history tonight, but I got to ask you to hang with us a little bit longer. There were two big Republican counties. Many of you folks may have heard about Cambria County. This morning, they had problems with the machines, so the polls were held open until 10 p.m. So Cambria and York are still outstanding, but they are big red Republican counties. So I want you to continue having some fun. We'll be back with a further update by 12:30, if not earlier, okay? Let's go.
Well, they're just priming the audience at the Dave McCormick party in Pennsylvania. That was not David McCormick. And once he comes out to speak to the crowd, we will bring that to you live. Now, we are going to return to our friend Michael, who is in San Rafael, California, and we're going to listen to what Michael has to say. Michael, are you with us?
Yes, I'm Marco, not Michael. Marco.
Marco. I apologize to you, sir.
And I first apologize for my English. You know, it's
fine.
A long time, and I live in this country, but I've never lost my accent. I want to make a generic, practically conversation, because I heard many of your phone calls, and I want to know what is wrong with this country. So the former President Trump accused the Latino, the immigrants, the poison this country. I don't know, and so these people wave the flag behind the Trump. I think they should be shamed, because maybe they forget why they come in this country. If not them, the parents or the great-grandparents. And he said they poison this country. America is poor by Latino. Everything, the agriculture is a Latino. In the restaurant, most of the restaurant in the kitchens, it doesn't matter which country is the restaurant, which food they made. Most of the people in the kitchens are Latino. And the cleaning is Latino, construction Latino. So they don't poison this country. America is pulled by the Latino. You know why? Because they know America didn't want to do this heavy work. This Latino, they're working very hard, and they send the money to the family, and they live in 5, 6 in a room and stuff like this.
Hey, Marco, Marco, when did you come to this country, and are you from Italy?
I'm coming from Italy. I come in this country 33 years ago. And I'm citizen. I voted. This is why I think that I have the right to say my opinions. Early today, somebody was not vote and said, but he was talking. If it was me, I said, "Do you vote?" No, you have no right to talk. You want to talk, you have to vote, and then you can say your voice. So once again, America is proved by the Latino. If they take away the Latino, you will see what is going on the economy of this country. They do job, they do work, and in America they don't want to do.
All right, Marco, we appreciate your being on hold. We appreciate your telling us what your point of view is, and it was nice to hear from you. So thank you. We appreciate that very much. Evan McMorris Santoro, what did you hear from our friend Marco in San Rafael?
This passion that he had, which is the other side of this issue we've been talking about with this immigration issue, which is that, you know, we have lived through yet another campaign cycle, another year of incredibly divisive rhetoric, rhetoric that people are not used to hearing. And, you know, when you hear words like poison, it tends to divide people, right? This is the challenge that Trump had when he was president. When he was president in his first term in office, and he hasn't changed his rhetoric a lot, and there are still a lot of Americans who are very turned off by it. So when I hear it, I hear about some of the challenges that will be happening in politics should Trump end up being elected tonight, but also it's a question of what kind of politics do people want? Because Marco also talked about this idea of, if you don't vote, you shouldn't be able to say anything. People are eager, I think, the people I've seen across the country and met across the country are eager to have conversations with each other. They're eager to be sort of decent Americans to each other as much as they can. They feel like it's very difficult now. And because of some of this rhetoric and because of some of the way the politics works now. So I think that this is something that we should all are all going to be hearing a lot about and thinking a lot about in the coming weeks and months, years and everything else.
When you go to cspan.org/results and you pull up the magic map, which it really truly is, you get a map there. And all the states that have been declared for Kamala Harris are in dark blue. The ones that have been declared for Donald Trump are in dark red. No surprises yet. But guess what? There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 still uncalled. All, of the 7, North Carolina is the only one of the battleground states that has been called. That was called for Donald Trump. Georgia, according to the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger down there, says that it is Donald Trump's to win. And 4 of the other battlegrounds all are red tinged right now because he is in the lead there. But when you look, you can click on each of the states, and you can do this yourself, and you can see where votes are still outstanding and what votes have come in already. So you can kind of do your own calculations and see if how true this is. The only state that has no color on it is Nevada at this point. It is still, standing out there white. It's not red nor blue nor neutral.
Comes in late. Tons of mail-in vote to count. A lot of early vote to count. Nevada keeps us hanging. They keep us hanging on.
Well, in about 15 minutes, we will see the results from Hawaii. I don't think there'll be a surprise for anyone, the Senate race and the presidential race, when their polls close. Greta Bronner, what do you got for us?
Let's check in on those light blue, light red states that you were just talking about on the map. Beginning with Wisconsin, want to update our viewers. Now 69% of the vote is in, and the former president holding on to his lead so far in Wisconsin. Moving on to Pennsylvania, the other brick in the blue wall for Democrats. 19 electoral votes, 81% of the vote is in, and the former president still maintains a lead. Moving on to Michigan, the third brick in the blue wall, and there are 15 electoral votes at stake. 40% of the vote is in, so still quite a ways to go in Michigan. And Jonathan Osting, who reports out of Michigan Politics Reporter, says Trump is leading in Michigan according to current AP results, but those figures don't include Detroit numbers that the city has posted online. Race is pretty much dead even as counting continues, is what he is reporting out of Michigan tonight. Let's go back to the states, the battleground states in Georgia, and give you an update there. 16 electoral votes at stake. 91% of the vote is in here. We've been talking about this. If the Secretary of State is right, then this will go in the GOP column tonight. Moving on to North Carolina, as we said earlier, this was called by the Associated Press for the former president, so he gets those 16 electoral votes. Virginia, this is one that we have been watching this evening to see what happens here. And it looked tight before, but Kamala Harris gets the red check in the state of Virginia with 83% of the vote in. And then we're going to end with that Texas Senate race that we were talking about earlier. The total spending by candidates and outside groups was hundreds of millions of dollars. Senator Ted Cruz is able to hold on to that seat for Republicans, 77% of the vote in, 54 to nearly 44% for Colin Allred.
Evan McMorris-Santoro, what were you hearing from Greta when she was giving the results and showing the maps and talking about what votes are still out there, including the Philly? There's some votes left in the Philly suburbs and in Philadelphia proper as well.
Right. That's the big basket that Democrats care about, is what those numbers come in. But you and I were talking about Pittsburgh, that we're seeing some numbers in Pittsburgh that look like they're kind of matching what Biden's numbers were. That's good for Harris. That's the kind of thing that she needs to see. is to at least match those numbers and improve other places. You know, we have seen in other parts of the country and other sort of places that we've been checking that Trump's numbers outside of those blue dots in the rural areas has really performed quite well tonight, more than he did in 2020. That's helping him out in these conversations. The Texas race is interesting too, that Greta just mentioned. My colleague at Notice, Casey Murray, did a lot of reporting on this Texas race. And, you know, this is another, Democrats find themselves here every 6 years, it feels like, right? Texas, we're going to do something in Texas, and they can't really seem to pull it off. Her reporting this cycle suggested that, you know, maybe there were some issues in the border areas of Texas that maybe the Democrats were not, you know, it's a very big state. Maybe they weren't spending enough time in some places they could get votes that they weren't getting them. But whatever, it feels like an every 6 years conversation we have about Texas. This is going to be a big year for Texas, and, you know, it's a Republican state.
Next call here on C-SPAN is Gloria calling from Detroit, a Kamala Harris supporter. Hi, Gloria. How was the process for you to vote?
Oh, it's been kind of nerve-wracking, especially with all of these ads. But I just want to say something. I really feel sad because we as a country profess to be a Christian nation. And I've been in church all of my life, you know, from Sunday school to Bible class to church services to conferences, conventions, etc. And in studying, we're taught we're to love God, love Jesus, and accept him as our Lord and Savior, and that we are to love one another, have compassion, show forgiveness, and as much as possible to live peaceably with all men. But we're also taught there are things that we are not to do. We are not to lie, and Trump lies all the time. We are not to be prideful and boastful. Trump is both. Only he alone can do it. We are to think of others as better than ourselves, and I don't think Trump thinks there is anyone better than him. And I just feel that there will be a price to pay, and each of us is accountable to God. And one of the things that he does not like is disobedience. Disobedience is sin and separates us from God.
All right, Gloria, I think we got your point about that. Did you go to any Kamala Harris rallies while she was in Detroit? She's been through there several times.
Right. I was working, but I watched the rallies. I watched both the Trump rallies, the J.D. Vance, the Kamala Harris, and the Walz rallies. And that helped me to come to the conclusions, the meanness, the vileness of Trump. Ooh, awful, and shame on us.
How did you vote in the Senate race there, Gloria, between Alyssa
I voted straight Democratic.
Straight Democratic? Have you always voted straight Democratic?
Well, I voted for a Republican once, but it was as a punishment. Because I felt sometimes that we take too many things for granted, all the privileges and all the things that we have. I mean, we just went through 100-year pandemic. Everything was shut down. All these containers that were at ports that the goods couldn't be brought in. We suffered some of the worst things. And just one last thing. I mean, not one last thing, but
you got to keep it close. You got to go.
Okay. But it's just, you know, we, I don't think, realize the depth of the damage that was done by the pandemic to our economy. And, you know, we can't serve both God and worship money.
All right. That's Gloria in Detroit. We appreciate your time this evening. Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Another state has been called in the presidential race, New Mexico. 77% of the vote in 5 electoral votes go to Kamala Harris tonight. Let's talk about some Senate races. These have been called as well. New Mexico. Martin Heinrich is running for a 3rd term. His GOP challenger there, C-SPAN junkies will recognize that last name, Nella Domenici. She is the daughter of the late former Senator Pete Domenici, and Martin Heinrich holds on to his seat in New Mexico. Moving on to New Jersey. This is an open seat. Democrats keep it in their column tonight. Andy Kim, the Democrat, the congressman, fends off a challenge from Republican Curtis Bashaw there with 84% of the vote in. And then in California, this seat left open by the late Dianne Feinstein, Adam Schiff, along with many other Democrats running for this seat against Steve Garvey, the former baseball player, and 61% to nearly 40%, Adam Schiff is declared the winner in California. And then in Washington state, another incumbent, Maria Cantwell, the Democrat, seeking a fifth term, and the voters give her one tonight.
Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice, News of the United States. We have been listening and watching Greta go through all that. And what's your reaction?
Well, the Senate map is looking pretty good for the Republicans. We've seen that all night. A lot of these results are not that surprising, but some of these, we're waiting for all the results to come in, all the totals to come in. But some of the totals are a little closer than you would have expected. We were talking about New Jersey. We don't know what the final result will be, but that's a very blue state. And it was a strange Senate race in the sense that, the senator that the current senator was convicted of a crime, all of that stuff with Menendez. Andy Kim coming in to replace him, being elected, it sounds like tonight. But that number was close. And that goes back to some of the stuff that Kirk was talking about with they're seeing sort of Republican performance all over the map, right? So I think that, Democrats are happy that they fended off some of these late challenge races that we talked about. We talked about New Mexico. Trump went down there, maybe tried to make a game of it. It didn't really happen with New Mexico. But some of these numbers are a little bit closer than Democrats, I think, would have been hoping for.
Next call tonight is from James in Norfolk, Virginia. Please go ahead, James. What's on your mind?
Well, the only thing on my mind that I really want to say is just kind of a message to everybody, because I think the one thing that is clear about this election of all is that we've had the most people in this country in a long time come out to actually vote and participate, and it has probably been one of the most divisive elections ever. As I've heard it quoted before, people don't just think of the other side as an opponent, they think of it as an enemy. So as a reminder to all of America, as long as we can still look at each other across the aisle and just kind of go have a beer with each other, I think we'll be able to survive to the next day. That's all I have to say.
Hey, James, you're down there in Norfolk. Is Jen Kiggins your congresswoman?
I believe so, sir, but I'm technically an out-of-state resident in Virginia currently.
All right, where did you vote?
I voted absentee for California.
Thank you, sir, for calling in. Are you in the Navy?
Yes, sir.
There we go. Alex, Appleton, Wisconsin. Hi, Alex.
Oh, hey. Hello.
What's going on?
Yeah, I voted for Kamala Harris this year, and I voted blue every year since 2018, since I turned 18. And I'm just I just am so confused and so worried about the rhetoric being spread and stuff like that. I just don't get, I know I'm up in Wisconsin and I don't see a lot of immigrants really up here, but why is potentially, Trump says that there's 25 million illegal immigrants in America, which is less than 1% of our population. Why is that such a huge issue? How are they actually affecting this many people in this sort of way? And I'm also just deeply concerned about just women's rights and the rights of all people in America. What's next for what they plan to take away.
Hey, Alex, what do you do up there in Appleton?
I'm a delivery driver for UPS.
How's business?
Oh, it's been busy. It's been real busy.
Would you say the economy in Appleton is good?
Yeah, with the pandemic and everything like that, obviously we slowed down, or we sped up, but the economy slowed down. But I don't know, that's another thing, I guess, is under Trump's plan, doesn't it like, if we take 10 minutes to think about it, isn't it, like, you know, going to make tank our economy based on everything that I've seen? And also, one last thing, I apologize. With COVID, do we all just forget that COVID started in Trump's presidency and hundreds of thousands of people died because he refused to even acknowledge its existence for a while? Like, I had a cousin that passed away, you know. I'm sure millions of people had family members or a coworker or someone that was affected by this. Like, did we forget that it was his decision to not help us?
All right, we'll get an answer. We'll talk to our reporter about that in 2 seconds. One final question from me. You're somebody who drives around Appleton all day long. Are you seeing Harris, Trump signs anywhere?
I mean, that's one thing I've appreciated a lot. I mean, I live up in Appleton. It's pretty Trump up here, but just in general, I think I've seen a lot less political signs, and I guess that's kind of the way I like to see it, I guess, you know, just vote in the poll and not, you know, out in public. So thank you guys so much. I love
Thanks, Alex. Thanks for watching. We appreciate that. Let's start on some of his issues backwards, starting with the COVID issue. You mentioned this earlier. We have not discussed that issue in this campaign very much.
That's correct. It was just not a central focus of anyone. And you can think about how important it was to our election cycle in 2020 and to everybody's lives back then. The caller was very, very, very eloquent about speaking about that. It just never really connected with people. And there's a lot to be talked about why that is. We've done some reporting on it at Notice about why that is. But it just was not something that you hear about. You hear about the economy. It's a call you mentioned.
It is midnight on the East Coast, and the polls in Hawaii have closed. And Mazie Hirono is up for re-election there to the Senate. I don't think there's any issues with her, and it's favored for Kamala Harris as well. Greta Brawner, what do you want to update us with?
Let's check on some competitive House seats. The Democrats need a net gain of 4 to take over the House chamber. We could see a double flip tonight. History in the making here, and the majority runs through some of these races. Let's begin with Iowa's 1st congressional district. We've been talking about this one where the incumbent, Representative Marionette Miller Meeks, the Republican there, she's trailing the Democrat. And 4 years ago, she won this seat by 6 votes. You remember Kirk Beto told us this, not 6 points, 6 votes. Let's update you on Iowa's 3rd congressional district. This is another potential pickup here. 93% of the vote in, and the incumbent, Zach Nunn, is staying strong here. He is leading the Democratic challenger. Moving on to Colorado's 8th congressional district. This is another one that people are watching here to see if Democrats will hold on to this seat. So far, 66% of the vote in, and the incumbent Democrat there has the lead. Moving on to Texas District 34, another competitive Senate race. The Democratic Congressman Vicente Gonzalez in a matchup with Mayra Flores, once again battling to represent this portion of South Texas. Flores, 38, briefly represented the district after she won a special election in July of 2022. At the time, Gonzalez represented a neighboring district. However, after state lawmakers redrew the state's congressional maps following the 2020 census, they ended up challenging each other there. And you can see where this vote is. It's a tight race, 79% of the vote in. Let me go to Nebraska's 2nd congressional district. This is one that folks are watching closely to see if Democrats will pick this up as part of their way to gaining net 4 seats. And you can see here that Tony Vargas, the Democrat who has challenged Don Bacon several times for this seat, has a slight edge over Don Bacon here. Now, Vargas lost to Bacon 2 years ago by fewer than 6,000 votes. This congressional district is known as the Blue Dot. Joe Biden won this district, and it's one electoral vote by 6 points in 2020. Nebraska and Maine are the only two states that split up their electoral votes that way. They don't do winner takes all. They dole them out by who wins congressional districts and then statewide for a couple of their electoral votes. Let's end with Alabama's 2nd district, looking at this race. Democrats were leading in polls in this district, dominated by Republicans for 60 years, until the Supreme Court ordered it to be redrawn in 2022. The district encompasses the state capital, Montgomery, and has a majority of black voters. Black vote makes up 27% of the entire state's population, and you can see there, Democrats picked up this seat in Alabama's 2nd congressional district, 98% of the vote in, according to the Associated Press.
He's going to have to find.
Greta Bronner, thank you. Unfortunately, that was Evan and I are sitting here just watching you and commenting on every race that comes up, and I've completely lost my train of thought now because that was so interesting to watch her help.
The Nebraska 2 number is very interesting.
That's it.
Because that was an important dot for Democrats. But actually, when I was on the trail recently, I was speaking to a senior Democrat who had moved into a swing state after being very active in that Nebraska 2 race. And they were telling me that, they didn't feel so great about that. Bacon's a good candidate. He's been around for a while. Like they weren't feeling too strong about it, but now you're seeing these Democratic numbers look pretty good there for the Democratic challenger in that Nebraska 2. That's also an electoral vote. It's a very interesting race in the sense that that House race could directly impact the presidential election as well, and that is a good news moment for the Democrats tonight.
And I would notice that our results showed that Kamala Harris will pick up probably that one electoral vote,
right?
Because Nebraska divides them.
Nebraska's looking really interesting, right? Because we're talking.
It is, and the 2 Senate races. We got to check out the Deb Fisher race again too.
Yeah.
But Don Bacon, 83% in. He's down 3,000 votes at this point. Greta also mentioned Iowa and went through a couple of the races in Iowa. But according to the presidential vote, 90% are in. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump, 56%. Kamala Harris, 42%. So that poll, that Ann Seltzer poll...
was wrong. The poll was wrong. But, Ann Seltzer would say that it could be wrong. I mean, pollsters are, this is not to beat up on anybody. Yeah. Pollsters do what they do. And when these races it's completely over with, we will dig through and find out where the polls were wrong and where they were right. But this one, which was such an outlier, appears to be an outlier.
John is calling in from Santa Paula, California, on our Support President Trump line. John, good evening to you. How's this election season been for you?
Well, it's been stressful, I'm sure, for everybody, but I want to comment that you guys are doing a really good job tonight, and I really appreciate C-SPAN and being able to talk. And I have a comment maybe that Evan can follow up on, is one of the reasons I think Trump got so many good votes from the workers is his schedule. I mean, he outworked Kamala Harris. He was up at 7, crack of dawn every morning, working late at night for day after day after day after day. And that resonates with the working man because we all get up early, rain or shine, we got to go to work and we got to be there. And that role model of getting up and just really pounding it out every day through everything they threw at him, and that resilience and fortitude is, I think, what drew a lot of workers to Donald Trump versus somebody just in a suit coming in and saying, we'll save your jobs. But I think he really identified with the workers. And I guess my second point would be that I think the Democrats had a hard time. They made 2 mistakes. One, they didn't have a primary where Joe Biden could have debated, and we could have found out earlier about Joe Biden. And then the second one, which is, I think, the critical mistake for the Democrats, is for 3.5 years, everybody in America knew that if you drilled for oil, prices everywhere would come down. The refusal to drill for oil, keeping inflation high, I think was the kicker for that tipped it.
All right, John, we appreciate hearing from you this evening. Truman is in Las Vegas. Truman?
Hello.
Who did you vote for, Truman?
So I'm a libertarian, and we did not have a viable candidate this year, but my companion here did vote, and she's a registered Republican.
So for whom did she vote?
For whom did she vote? Trump.
All right. Did your companion vote early?
No, she voted just within the last 3 days. She's a senior citizen in here in Las Vegas. Part of the reason why her selected candidate was Trump is that it's not tenable to do any of the expected things that people normally do to participate in civil society. She's retired from the court system here, and the courts are locked jammed. Like, everything is difficult to just manage for her. So I think that part of her decision making was based on just wanting to get back to normal.
Truman, what do you
Stability.
do? What do you do in Vegas?
I'm a consultant. I'm just visiting, but we have been cruising through the networks, and I said, hey, let's turn it on C-SPAN. We were just fatigued with all of the just abysmal pontification and back and forth and this and that, and it's just so regular and refreshing to see the C-SPAN graphic. And you look great. I remember you from Brian Williams when you first began hosting. You look awesome. Just glad C-SPAN is available for us.
Okay, that's Truman in Las Vegas. We appreciate your calling in, appreciate your staying with us. The nice thing about C-SPAN is you also get results, analysis with no spin, you get all the speeches, and most importantly, we get to hear your voices. Paul in Baltimore. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
What's on your mind?
Well, I voted for Kamala Harris, and I'll only give my opinion, okay? That I struggle to think of anybody that I wouldn't vote against Trump for because he's a sociopath. I get that back in 2016 he was an outsider and people could project their hopes and insecurities onto him, and America gave him a chance. And what we got was 4 years of toxicity capped off by anti-democratic violence. And so all I can say when I see Harris's path narrowing and narrowing is that if Trump wins, if voters put this creep back in the White House, they shouldn't be surprised about what's coming to them.
That's Paul in Baltimore. Okay. Evan McMorris-Santoro is with Notice, N-O-T-U-S, News of the United States.
.org.
.org. There you go. It's a .org.
Yeah, just like C-SPAN.
There you go.
Yeah.
We've taken a couple of calls. We've heard some voices. What have you marked down on your sheet?
I was really interested in the caller that talked about Trump being a guy who outworked Vice President Harris, right? Up early, to bed late. We talked earlier about issues that did not really become a huge part of this campaign. COVID was one of them we mentioned. Other things have come up. But you think about it, there was a challenge Democrats had at the beginning of the election that they had the oldest president ever to run for re-election. That was a big challenge for them. Trump would be the oldest president ever elected if he gets elected, and that really has never been an issue for him in this campaign. It's one of the things you hear Democrats have often complained about when they sort of do their thing of what the media has done wrong, or they'll talk about that. But really, what that caller was mentioning and the way people think about Trump as sort of this worker bee type of guy, I think that rings really true in sort of how this age issue never really landed on him in the way it landed on, say, Biden. And I thought it was a really interesting way, very crystal clear, just how that looks, because you have basically the exact same age people running, but when it came to Trump, it just never was an issue for him.
Greta Bronner is here all evening, and she has some new results for us.
Yes, the Associated Press has called the U.S. Senate for Republicans. They have flipped that chamber. According to the Associated Press, they will be in control of it in January when a new Congress convenes. It came with this call in Nebraska. 72% of the vote in. Deb Fischer is able to hold on to her seat there, just eking out a victory compared to her previous cycles where she won by double digits. She beats out a challenge by independent Dan Osborne. Let's go to Pennsylvania and check on that battleground state in the Senate race there. Dave McCormick still has a slight lead over incumbent Senator Bob Casey, 85% of the vote in. Moving on to Michigan and the open seat there. Mike Rogers also in the lead over the Democrat Alyssa Slotkin, 48% of the vote in Michigan. And then in Wisconsin, we're watching this race. Tammy Baldwin seeking a third term. Right now, the Republican challenger, Eric Hovde, is stopping her from doing that, but it's very tight, 78% of the vote in. Let's go on to Arizona and that open seat. Republicans are hoping to pick this up. Democrats want it to stay in their column. Kirsten Sinema, the Democrat turned independent, caucused with them. Ruben Gallego is in the lead over Carrie Lake, 50% of the vote is in. Montana, Democrats have been eyeing this seat this whole election cycle. 15% of the vote in. Tim Sheehy, the Republican, leading incumbent Senator John Tester. And then let's end with Texas. This is Ted Cruz, as we said, was the victor tonight over Colin Allred. 86% of the vote in, and look, he won by 10 percentage points. That'll change as more votes come in, but right now, 10-point win for Senator Ted Cruz. Peter?
And Ted Cruz recently came out to his supporters and talked about his victory. Here he is.
I want to congratulate Colin Allred on a hard-fought campaign. And I want to say to all of those who didn't support me, you have my word that I will fight for you, for your jobs, for your safety, and for your constitutional rights. But tonight, the people of Texas have spoken. And their message rings clear as a bell across our great state. Texas will remain Texas. You know, the media were ready to write off Texas. And Chuck Schumer poured in more than $100 million to our state. Well, I want to say thank you, Chuck. And I hope we win a few more Senate seats tonight because you wasted so much money in Texas. They deployed every trick, every lie, and every Hollywood celebrity they could find. Chuck Schumer tried to buy this Senate seat like it was a piece of Manhattan real estate. But he learned what we've always known, that Texas isn't for sale. And Texans can't be bought. Amen. Over the last 2 years, I've traveled every corner of this state, from the Panhandle to the Valley, from deep East Texas to far in West Texas. We have traveled 9,094 miles, 53 rallies all over the state of Texas. I've worn out my boots, at times my voice, and certainly the patience of my incredible political team, who did an amazing job on this campaign, and I think is the very best team in all of politics. And what I found traveling the state of Texas was worth every single mile. Because everywhere I went, I found something that gives me profound hope. Common sense isn't dead. It is alive and well in Texas. Everywhere I went, I met Texans who share a simple dream: to keep their families safe, to keep their freedom secure, and to keep their Texas values strong. Tonight, we are witnessing incredible results, especially with Hispanics across the state of Texas. And we are seeing tonight generational change in South Texas. The results tonight, this decisive victory, should shake the Democrat establishment to its core. I've spent months in the Rio Grande Valley, sitting in family kitchens, visiting small businesses, praying in local churches. And let me tell you what I learned. Our Hispanic communities aren't just leaving the Democrat Party. They're coming home to conservative values they never left. My dad is 85. My mom turns 90 this month. Both are here tonight, and I love you both very much. You are my heroes. And here is what Texas promises. Not equality of outcomes, but equality of opportunity. Amen. Not guaranteed success, but a guaranteed chance. Not life without struggle, but a life where struggle has meaning, where merit matters. And where dreams that are backed by sweat and steel determination can still come true. That is the promise of Texas. That is the American dream. That's what all of us fought to preserve here tonight, and that's what I give you my word I will continue to defend with every fiber of my being in the United States Senate.
And that was Senator Ted Cruz talking about his re-election to the Senate in Texas. In California, Adam Schiff has just come out to talk about his victory in California Senate.
And for your children. And because of this, every day I woke up energized and hopeful. In Bakersfield, I met with entrepreneurs who turned their passion into successful small businesses that had lifted up their communities. In Salinas, I heard from farm workers who toiled in the fields from sunrise to sundown, rain or shine, to ensure that families across the country had food on their tables. In Oakland, I felt the joy and energy of an early morning service at the Allen Temple Baptist Church. In Merced, I sat down with college students and heard about the careers they were building for themselves. In Lakewood, I saw firsthand the hard and rewarding labor of child care providers. I witnessed their patience, their kindness, and the love that they bring to their work. Our state has its struggles, like every state, but none are insurmountable because we are the Golden State and we get big things done. And my promise to you is that I'm going to deliver on day one, week one, year one, and keep on delivering for this amazing state. Because together there is no challenge that we cannot overcome. We leave no community behind. We do not stop, we do not rest until all our citizens have a safe place to live, clean water to drink, clean air to breathe, safe neighborhoods to raise their children, good hospitals, clinics, and health care, and the best public schools in the world. In pursuit of this dream for all our people, I will not rest, California. In the Senate, I will be a champion and voice for all Californians, whether you voted for me or not, whether you live in the big city or a small county, whether you grew up here or came to America searching for a better life. We are going to build more affordable housing so that you aren't forced to choose between your rent and putting food on the table. We are going to ensure that our fellow neighbors do not have to sleep on the street. We are going to help hardworking families by lowering costs. We are going to fight tooth and nail to protect abortion access and defend democracy and our freedoms. We are going to bring resources and jobs back to the Golden State to create opportunity for all Californians. We're going to fight on behalf of our dream workers, our farm workers, our immigrant families, so they no longer have to live in the shadows. We are going to protect our planet, fight climate change, and bring good-paying green jobs here to California. It is a big task, I know, but we can do it because we are going to do it together. I am determined to fight every single day on behalf of this great state and its great people, and I am so thankful for your trust and your support, and I can't wait to do this job with you together. I want to thank my incredible wife, Eve, and yes, we are Adam and Eve. My kids, Lexi and Eli. Lexi's boyfriend, Eric, gets a shout out. My brother, Daniel, and his wife, Amy. My brother, David, and his family. My nieces and my nephews, and of course, the one the world revolves around, baby Maya. I could not have done this without your endless love and support, and it's so wonderful to get to celebrate with you tonight. Eve, I don't know where to begin, but this Adam would be lost without this Eve. I love you, and I'm grateful to you for your strength and love. Lexi and Eli, being your dad is my favorite job in the world. I love you, and I am so proud of you. And I also want to acknowledge my mother and father, Cheryl and Ed Schiff. While they're no longer with us, I wouldn't be standing here but for their love and guidance and support. My father lived to be 96. He passed earlier this year. And I so wish he could be here with us tonight. Dad, give Mom a hug and tell her I hope she's still not upset with me for not being a doctor. I also want to thank every volunteer and supporter who made calls, sent texts, knocked on doors, and chipped in a few bucks, because your hard work not only made this Senate race possible, but you are going to deliver the House of Representative majority to Hakeem Jeffries tonight. And I want to thank Nancy Pelosi, the greatest of all time, the most incredible speaker in our history, for her friendship, her mentorship, her leadership. There was no one who stood more in the breach defending our democracy than Nancy Pelosi, and I thank you. We set out to build the largest grassroots campaign in California history, and I think we hit the mark. To my wonderful staff, I thank you. You are all dedicated public servants who have committed countless hours, nights, weekends to this effort, and this victory is also yours. To my wonderful, wonderful constituents in the 30th Congressional District who have supported me for over 25 years, I cannot thank you enough for your confidence in the honor of representing you. I hope that I have served you well and made you proud. And to my new constituents all over the state, whether you voted for me or not, I am committed to being a champion for every Californian in every corner of this wonderful state. California, I thank you for your trust. I am grateful to serve as your U.S. Senator. Now, let's get to work. Thank you, California. Thank you, everyone. God bless this state and country. Thank you so much.
That's the new senator-elect from California, Adam Schiff, who defeated former LA Dodger Steve Garvey in the Senate race there. And now live to Washington, D.C. and West Palm Beach, split screen. On your left is the Harris headquarters at Howard University in Washington, D.C. And on your right in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the convention center there is the Trump crowd. And you can see both have supporters there milling around. We will go live, of course, to both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump if and when they speak to their groups. It is 12:30 here on the East Coast, and 2/3 of the states have been called, and Greta Bronner has some more results for us.
We'll check in on those competitive New York House races. The path to the majority runs through these New York races and California races. Let's start with some called races. This is the first district in New York, 98% of the votes in. Nick LaLota who's seeking his second term, is going to do so in the next Congress. John Avlon, CNN analyst, political analyst, ran for this seat and is unable to unseat LaLota tonight. Moving on to New York's 18th congressional district. This seat is represented by Democrat Pat Ryan, and he gets another term in the House next year. Moving on to New York's 22nd district, Republican Brandon Williams loses tonight. He's serving in his first term, and he loses tonight to his Democratic challenger there. These are the other New York races that are competitive that we're watching. The New York 3rd race, the district is represented by a Democrat there who won a special election. This is to fill the disgraced Congressman George Santos's seat when he was removed from office. And you can see where the vote is right now with 97% of the votes in. And moving on to New York's 4th congressional district, it's represented by the 4th congressional district, represented by first-term Republican Anthony D'Esposito, who prior to electing to office was a detective in the NYPD. He had some controversy in the closing days, a scandal in the closing days of this election. He's hanging on right now, the Democrat leading him with 98% of the vote in. And then two more New York races. The 17th congressional district is also a competitive race. Mike Lawler represents this district. Lawler, who in his first term worked in political communications and worked for Republican elected officials before being elected to the state assembly in 2021. His campaign also found controversy this election cycle, and he is holding on right now with 75% of the vote in. Let's look at New York 19th congressional district. It is represented by Republican Mark Molinaro, serving his first term, and the Democrat Josh Riley leading the incumbent at this point, 97% of the votes in. So we'll watch to see if this gets called by the Associated Press. Peter?
Thank you, Greta. Alyssa Slotkin, the Congresswoman from Michigan, the Democratic nominee for Senate, is out speaking. Let's listen in. This is live.
I also want to recognize my biggest champion in this race, and that's Debbie Stabenow, Senator Debbie Stabenow. She is the definition of pure Michigan. She has quite literally dedicated her life to serving the state at the local, state, and federal level. She's been in service for 50 straight years. And as the first woman ever elected at the federal level for the state of Michigan, I owe her a huge debt of gratitude that I can never repay, and women of Michigan cannot repay. She put up with an enormous amount of crap. Enormous. So, we always knew that this was going to be a tight race, and that is exactly what we are seeing unfold in front of us. There are a lot of votes left to count. This happens in every single election. I've had 3 tough elections, and we're here till the wee hours of the night. So my message to you all is to get some rest, hunker down. We've got a long way to go. But I want to talk for a moment about where we are in general and where we go from here. Michigan is a big, diverse, beautiful place that has given so much opportunity to so many people, and that is something that we should all be deeply proud of. If you can do big things in Michigan, you can do big things in the whole country, because we are a microcosm of the country here. We are home to Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and everything in between, and that's not going to change anytime soon. We are on this boat together. It has been a very long, very heated campaign. But over the next few days, the results will come into focus, and the task before us will be to come together, to reach out to people we may not always agree with, to focus on our future as a state and as a country, because no matter how passionately we disagree, first and foremost, we are Michiganders. We are all Michiganders, we are all Americans, and we got to move forward together. We're all on this boat together. We have had difficult periods in our history before, right? We all know that our politics have been really divisive for good, better part of 7 or 8 years. But it is not the only time that we have had tough, divisive periods in our history, right? If you go back through history, you can see these chapters, one after another, where Americans were fighting each other, were frustrated with each other, were tense with each other. And it was right that people said to themselves, how will we go on as a nation? But every single time we have gotten through those periods with 2 things: engaged citizens and principled leaders. Every single time in our history, we've had citizens who just do a little bit more than they're used to doing because they're concerned about their country. And then you've had principled leaders ready to receive the ball and do something about it. Just by being here, so many of you have worked so hard in order to help our state, the country you love. You are engaged citizens, and I thank you for that. And I will do everything in my power to be the principled leader you deserve, whatever the results of the election tonight. So thank you for your time, for your energy. Get some sleep. Try to process through. Don't just scroll and scroll and scroll. Like, we're going to know tomorrow on a whole bunch of things, but for now, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate you. It has been the greatest honor of my life to be the nominee for U.S. Senate in the state of Michigan, the state I love, and I cannot tell you how positively I feel, no matter what happens, about the future of our country, because I've seen people step up, I've seen people operate, I've seen them take a hold and just do something with that energy. So thank you, thank you, thank you. To be continued, and I appreciate every one of you. Thanks so much. Thanks, everybody.
And that's Congresswoman Alyssa Slotkin in Detroit speaking to supporters. It's kind of a speech we've heard a lot tonight, which is we don't know what the results are going to be, and we will be back in touch. We have heard also that Kamala Harris will not be speaking in D.C. tonight. Cedric Richmond will be speaking in her place. Congressman Richmond, former Congressman Richmond, is part of the DNC. He was part of the Biden White House as well, and he'll be speaking for her, but we will not be hearing from Kamala Harris tonight at Howard University in Washington, D.C. David McCormick of Pennsylvania is coming out in just a minute, and we will go live to that. But in the meantime, let's go live to Greta Brawner.
Let's check in on the battleground states, Peter, before we do that. In the state of Wisconsin, watching this one closely because you can see the former president in the lead, and it's still close, 82% of the vote in. We'll see what happens when more of the vote comes in throughout the night. Then we'll go to Michigan, and the former president leading here, 52 to 46%, 55% of the vote in. You just heard Alyssa Slotkin say we're not going to know anything in her race, likely not know the outcome of the presidential race in Michigan either tonight. Moving on to Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, the biggest electoral vote prize here. And again, the former president leading there, 51 to 48, 86% of the vote in. We told you earlier that one of these battleground states was called, North Carolina being called for the former president there, and he will get those 16 electoral votes. Too close to call in the other 6 battleground states. And in Georgia, look where it stands right now, 16 electoral votes, nearly all the vote in, 93%, and the former president still retains his lead there. Let's look at Arizona. The former president leading there just slightly in Arizona, less than a percentage point, 51% of the vote in. Let's talk a little bit about these battleground states from reporters in those states. Beginning with Jonathan Martin, just focusing on Pennsylvania here. He put this on X a little after midnight. Bellwether, Northampton County, Pennsylvania, and Lehigh Valley. Biden won by a hair. Harris is down 5 points with 90% of the vote in. And then this is from the Philadelphia Inquirer, again around midnight. Former President Donald Trump is exceeding his 2020 vote shares in rural and Rust Belt areas across Pennsylvania. Trump has improved on his 2020 vote share in 35 of the 36 counties, with 95% or more of the vote counted as of 11 p.m. Eastern Time. If you want to dig into these counties in Pennsylvania, go to our website, cspan.org/results. Click on the state that you want to focus on. It will bring it up, and you'll be able to see the votes being tabulated in real time in these counties. Peter?
To add to what Greta said, that QR code in the far left corner of your screen, just put your phone at that, and that'll take you right to that results. This map is in real time. It's pretty fantastic if you like to track this type of stuff. Cedric Richmond is due to speak for Kamala Harris shortly at Howard University, so we will be going live to that once that happens. In the meantime, we want to hear your voices as well. Melinda in Salida, California. How was today for you, and how'd you vote?
Well, it's looking positive when I see some of these results. I voted for Trump, and my purpose for calling in is to mention a few things that in response to some comments I've heard, at least 4 people made today in reference to Trump. I wanted to clear those up, but I first wanted to, I think the gentleman with you is named Evan, is that right?
Evan McMorris Santoro of Notice, notus.org. He had to leave, and unfortunately, so we had to say goodbye to Evan, and so that's the situation.
Well, I wanted to compliment him on, or thank him for his comment about Trump's mental stability as far as his aging, because so many times people judge people simply by age, and I have to say that my mother was 95 and a half and still had all of her mental faculties when she passed away from other circumstances. So
Melinda, why are you
age is sometimes chronicle.
Why are you a supporter of President Trump?
I'm a supporter because I believe in a lot of his tactics as far as dealings with foreigners. I know that I wanted to comment in reply to a statement made by a gentleman earlier today about that man worrying about how he befriends.
And we're going to leave it right there, Melinda. I apologize. Cedric Richmond live at Howard University for Kamala Harris.
Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.